which could include the most adjacent areas. This should look at the proportional CPUE, noting that this shouldn't be used on its own, proportional to effort as well. These could be also weighted by distance from Kodiak in order to avoid the potential that one of these factors drives something that's implausible. For a best case scenario, we would note that it might be possible to include some consultation with industry to identify likely behaviors. We would want some, let's see. Yes, and we would note that this scenario-based approach could describe the range of potential outcomes, but would not quantify the unobserved mortality effects. We will note the assumptions about preferred habitat versus suitable habitat and ask for a description of all of the various habitat information that's available. And I think we'll also note that there are more complex fleet effort models that could be applied but may not be feasible here. We will ask that the economic and environmental displacement scenarios be aligned, and also to align the description of economic and environmental benefits in terms of spatial scale. For other PSC species, we note that Chinook and halibut could be evaluated under the same scenarios, and reporting on the potential benefits and trade-offs could be done similarly. We'll caution that there are challenges in the resolution of the data compared to the size of the proposed closure, and we'll ask for some discussion of the limitations of assessing benefits at this scale, and also using observational data rather than experimental data, noting that experimental data may be preferable but difficult to collect and takes a lot of time to generate. We will ask for an evaluation of vulnerable life stages, directly linking closures to specific stages, perhaps describing juvenile tanner crab spatial overlap with fishing activity in particular. This could also include mapping of primiparous females and new shell distributions. We will also ask for more description of the size composition of the PSC. Summarized information from the observer data could provide information on the relative effects to different life stages and whether this varies among gear types. And finally, we will have some suggested objectives and performance metrics, or at least examples of things that could be evaluated, including particularly identifying outcomes that link directly to the tanner stock at either regional or the local level, noting that these should be able to be tracked by existing data and should be evaluated on a periodic basis. And some of the examples that we threw out were reducing tanner PSC, accounting for expected displacement. So this would be some sort of a total net PSC change across all fisheries, reducing fishery interactions with juveniles and other life history stages, protecting high-density tanner crab habitat, which could be evaluated through the use of the fishing effects model, noting that direct habitat effects are more difficult to estimate and may be more qualitative. With regard to alternative 3, we would note that although it would be great if we had a natural experiment with closed areas, we have little data to evaluate this. We're going to encourage well thought out performance metrics and monitoring for new closures and development of data streams to provide for adaptive management. It's not clear right now what data are available for existing closures. If an amendment comes forward, it should include we'll encourage that it would include a better plan for monitoring and evaluation. And we'll note that analysis of existing closures could be informed by many of the discussion points that we've raised for alternative 2. We will encourage reaching out to the social science group for more information on some of the effects of the existing closures as well. And finally, we will reiterate our ongoing support in general, for reevaluation of closure areas. And then finally, we'll have a general comment on spatial closures and perhaps the contrast between the relatively clear and consistent Tanner distribution that's described here in comparison to our general unease with spatial closures in a dynamic environment, noting that the spatial efficacy of a closure area depends heavily on the mobility of the stock and the temporal stability of the habitats, both of which are pretty clear here. Hopefully, that's most of it. Okay, I think we need a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 9:55 and we will resume with E2 climate work plan and HCRs. And if you didn't get the message already, we will be taking up the GOA trawl survey analysis, but we will be doing it after E2. Thanks.
Doing a quick audio check. Can you hear?
Hi, Kirsten. This is Sarah. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to just check an alternative microphone real quick. Audio check again.
Yep, we still hear you.
Great. Thanks so much.
Okay, let's bring our session back together. Okay, we are now on to E2, the climate work plan and harvest control rule item. We're going to be receiving an update on the climate work plan, as well as the discussion paper on the development of our alternative harvest control rules. This is our opportunity to provide feedback on the development of those control rules, specific feedback on performance metrics and scalability, and generally make any comments on the direction of this analysis at this still relatively early stage. So I will now turn it over to Diana to walk us through. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the SSC, Diana Stram, council staff. With me on the line is Dr. Kirsten Holzman. And so we will be tag teaming this presentation. There's two different aspects to it. We'll go over a little bit of how we've organized the tracking tool for the climate work plan. If you want to provide any feedback on that or ask questions about it, that'll be fairly brief. And then we'll get into the harvest control rule discussion paper. Okay. Okay. So just in terms of like the big picture general outline, I'll go through the climate work plan and the tracking tool and the 4 initial elements that the council included in that. And then one of them is the development of alternative control rules. And that's what the larger paper that we'll go through. So in terms of the climate work plan, then we'll walk through briefly the development of the work plan, an overview of the 4 main elements of the work plan, and then a spreadsheet tracking tool that we've put together in order to organize progress and provide an update. The intention would be to update this tracking tool periodically, say twice a year, and then report back to council during staff tasking. And this is in coordination with the SEFI project. And again, current council focuses on element 4. So just to remind you, in December of 2024, the council took a motion. This was following the end of the CCTF as results from SCS 8, discussions from our SSC, and feedback. And the council then moved to initiate a climate work plan and following some of the advice from the Climate Change Force Task Force in terms of some main elements there. And then the council's work plan focused on 4 initial elements. Incorporating climate forecast linked management advice. And there are, if you look into their motion and into our spreadsheet, there are specific items that fall under these. We've tried to generally lump them in terms of the overarching elements. Incorporating climate-driven interactions and cascading impacts through the use of ecosystem indicators and models. Consider and incorporate dynamic management tools to increase in-season adaptation capacity, and reviewing the tier systems and considering climate-informed biomass targets limits and climate-robust or forecast-informed HCRs. It's not advancing. Okay, thank you. So again, those are the 4 initial elements to the right on this slide, and I'm just going to walk you briefly through. Dr. Holzman and I developed a spreadsheet tracking tool in order to, the point of it is to track the combined efforts of the SEFI program, AFSC, Alaska Regional Office, and council staff work on items that fall under the elements of the council's work plan to try to provide a progress report, if you will, to the council on their work plan. The idea is that this was the initial step for the council on the climate work plan. At any point, they could add additional elements to it. And while we did our best to be as comprehensive as we could in the information that's included in there, I would caveat that we're going to spread a wider net to make sure that we're capturing things that are included in that. So the way under section 2.0 of this short discussion paper, that overview of this, what we did is we categorized additional items under the elements into different descriptions of existing and operational, which is an ongoing project, a modification to existing, which means that it's an ongoing project that might have additional changes or updates that are being made currently, projects that are new or in development. So those are projects where work's begun, but it's not yet available for review, and completed projects that have been completed by the date of the tracking review. There are also additional ones that fall under the category of potential. So those are planned new work projects that work has not yet begun. So our overarching spreadsheet includes those projects to the best of our knowledge as well. But what we have done in this initial summary is then filtered that tracking tool to only show you the things that have been completed or are being worked on, or you would be anticipated to see some product of it by the end of 2026. So if you're going through, we've numbered everything by key element. And I move over to the snapshot of this. And again, this spreadsheet's part of your E2 climate work plan. We've numbered them by each of these elements, and then provided what the council product that will be coming forward, the details. There's additional details in section 3 of each, where we tried to do a snapshot, and then in section 3 we tried to describe in more of a paragraph and identifying all of the acronyms, as well as sort of where that project is in the process. And then here in the tool we identified again the tracking aspect of it: modification, new, existing, completed, the relevant FMPs, and then the relative responsibility, lead versus partners. And so I would just want to note to you that if you see that things are numbered not sequentially, that's because the ones in between are not yet in the 2025-26, so they're in a potential status. So we have a broader tool, and we filtered that down to show you the tracking progress through 2025-26. And so then just to show you again how this works under the key elements, then by these numbers, we summarize in a paragraph. We provide links as possible. So just showing you one example of that in element A, the climate science brief. There was a pilot version of this, so that is listed as a modification to an existing. That pilot version was presented in the fall 2025 assessment cycle, and the link that you have there in your document will bring you to that. Due to the government shutdown, there was not a report provided in 2025, but we would anticipate that you would see a similar short climate report briefing in the 2026 fall assessment cycle. And so again, we're working with the SSC work product. That was one of the intentions of the council's work plan, is that we represent as well some of the work that's ongoing at SSC, as well as other work by the regional office and council staff. Noting again that council staff are also included in their council and regional office staff that are part of SSC as well as on the Alaska climate team to help coordinate and communicate the activities that are ongoing. So that's all I really have to say on, on the tracking tool. I'm happy to answer more questions. We're happy to receive feedback. This was our first attempt to take the council's motion and try to organize it into a plan that could be used to track things. And we will, again, make sure that we broaden to make sure that we're reaching out to all of the partners and ongoing work that people are doing. And I can just pause for questions.
Bob.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Diana, for the overview. Can you say how dynamic the tracking tool will be, on how often we'll be able to see updates on? I know it's in this context, it's only as much as we get to see you here, but if folks are interested along the way, how often do we think it's going to be updated? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair, Dr. Forth. So our intention right now, our intention is to update it twice a year and provide that update to the council during staff tasking. But we've also talked about, we'd like to have it posted on a website so that people can filter by year. We may not be able to filter to have the live tracking tool show the potential projects, because other ones that are still under development. But given the confines of what we're showing, our intention is to have a more live version available on possibly our climate website. We're still figuring that out. So that you can click on it and look into more things and add live links as we have them for additional information on that project, if people are interested in that. We haven't talked much about how we might then receive feedback. I think what we're kind of anticipating is we're going to hear from people that, hey, I'm working on this and this isn't reflected in your tracking tool. And so we want to make sure that we have an ability to receive that feedback as well. But this was just our first attempt at it. But yeah, the intention is that it would be updated to the council, at least in the SSC, at least twice a year. But again, we'll make it available online as well.
Next question from Martin.
Just a little bit of I mean, all this is great stuff, but have you thought about how it sort of gets funneled into the council process, whether there'll be sort of informational sort of presentations on aspects and how will the council understand how to use these new products and sort of bring those on board into their process?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Dr. Dorn. So two things for that. One, we are using this to track those projects with the anticipation. That's why we set it up right now through 2026, is that those products will be in the council arena in some fashion before the end of 2026. So some of them are analyses the council's initiated that they'll be seeing. Some are trying to track where things that are going on at the science center are feeding into, say, an ESR, and then that will come online through the council process. The other aspect to how that feed is we're trying to help the council understand the impacts of the work plan elements that they've put forward. So we will be updating them twice a year on additional information, and if there's other ways to provide the input to the council. One aspect that we had talked about, one of the elements of the CCTF report that the council didn't pick up on was setting up a separate review body to review and provide feedback on climate-related activities that are coming forward into the council process. And so the reason the council didn't pick up on that is because they just reconstituted the ecosystem committee, and they've had their second meeting, first in-person one, just earlier in May. And one of the outcomes of that is whether or not that would be a body that could possibly also receive more updated reports than we have the time and ability to provide to the council, so that then they can also follow up with reports from the ecosystem committee on new and upcoming initiatives that are moving into the council process. With that, I'll move on to the harvest control rule and the treatment of risk and uncertainty in the harvest specifications process. So just an outline of this presentation and an outline of the paper in general. Going over our harvest control rules in general, our groundfish and crab assessment tier systems, and OFL and ABC harvest control rules, and then how risk and uncertainty is considered in the council process with stock assessments, ABC setting, and tax setting before we move into the alternative HCRs under development and some specific acts of the SSC. I would note for you then that one purpose of this discussion paper was to provide a more explicit and main explanation of our overall treatment of risk and uncertainty in the harvest specifications process and a description of the overall process. Some of the feedback that we've heard in recent years is that there was not a comprehensive write-up of how harvest specifications occur, how the peer review occurs, how the plan teams and the SSC function to provide feedback and the timing of that. So one of the overarching goals of the description of the status quo harvest specifications process in this paper is explicitly to be that tool to provide a more general version of how that process unfolds. We're separately working on additional communications and engagement to help better educate the council, stakeholders, and the overall public in terms of this process, because it's really important to have a good understanding of the status quo that we're doing before we jump off and move to alternative harvest control rules. So with that, I'll probably skip fairly quickly over the background information here in the interest of time with the SSC, since you weren't really our target audience to educate for what the actual process is. And then we'll move into the alternative harvest control rules under development, and then some staff suggestions on SSC for scalability and moving forward. Just a quick reminder of the consideration of risk and uncertainty, and it is in our process that's where we're considering risk and uncertainty. Just reminding you about the general nature of uncertainty reflecting a lack of information or confidence in the reliability of that information, while risk is considering likelihood of an adverse event and severity of the consequences. And that feeds into how we identify acceptable biological catch limits, but some of that is also built into stock assessments, which are by nature to be risk neutral, but includes uncertainty as well. I'm going to just again move past some of these general concepts of what a harvest control rule is. We'll move into what our actual harvest control rules are. This is just a general diagram of how a sloping control rule, this is not necessarily ours, but ours are built after this concept. And then again, I'll move quickly through the harvest control rule tier system. I would note for you, we've been working to develop some graphics that will then be available again in some communication aspects for and so some of that is on the stock assessment cycle. And so this is a graphic on the groundfish stock assessment cycle. I've already heard feedback that I forgot to include the ecosystem status report and the ecosystem socioeconomic profiles in that stock assessment process. So I'm just calling your attention to that fact that we will revise this to include that information on where ESRs provide the contextual information, while ESPs are more stock specific, and identify key information on ecosystem and socioeconomic indicators relative to the stock assessment model. This is a process diagram from the ESR team, just giving the backdrop of how that's functioning in conjunction with our groundfish and crab stock assessment cycle. We've just gotten through the peak meeting with the preview of the ecosystem and economic conditions. That's not information that comes directly to the council, except as a summary in the, as I understand it, in the B reports that Dr. Foy will be giving to the council this week. But that is the backdrop setting for providing some of that information, and then moving through how that information is incorporated to the groundfish plan teams and the climate update that we receive at the plan team meeting in September, and then the work with the risk tables and the assessment authors feeding into those November assessments. And that's when the plan teams and then the SSC November, December receive the full ESR presentations. So again, that's part of our groundfish stock assessment cycle. We were focused here on just kind of lining out when things are considered in the assessment cycle, because later on in the paper, we go through the process for how changes are made within the assessment and how long that takes within different modifications. A new schematic then on our groundfish tier system, you're already aware of this. It varies for data quality, with higher tiers having higher data and quality and more reliable estimates than lower tiers where biomass is unknown. I would note, as obviously, as you know, in your annual process, that you establish the SSC eventually with first the recommendations of the authors, and the plan team recommends stocks by tiers. I'm just putting this up here, tables 1 and 2, your document, to show you as a snapshot to remind you that at this point right now, we have only 2 stocks that are tier 1, one which will be considered in the fall assessment cycle to move down to tier 3. We have 1 stock that's tier 4 only in the Gulf that's part of another rockfish complex. So the majority of the stocks that you're dealing with are tier 3 unless they are in the area of tier 5 and 6. So that's important to keep in mind when we're looking at scalability of how you want to address modifications to harvest control rules and the general focus on tier 3 harvest control rule. This is our groundfish control rule. Just the only things I want to point out, this is where the difference, and you already discussed crab on Monday, so the difference between the groundfish harvest control rules for ABC are that we have an ABC control rule that buffers for uncertainty and was in the past has been reviewed and seen to be robust in general against modifications, with the idea that that sets the maximum ABC according to this formula for fishing biomass, for responding biomass relative and fishing mortality. There are some features of it that provide more precaution than other sloping control rules, one of which is the alpha parameter that is not to the origin, so it's not set at 0, it's set at 0.05 as a default. That provides a steeper slope than you would have if it went down to the origin. And then also, as you recall, for stellar sea lions at 20% of relative spawning biomass, you have a directed fishery closure for pollock, Pacific cod, and Atka mackerel. Just in contrast, the crab tier system, we put together this schematic of this. It gets more complicated. It was starting to get hard to put it on a single slide, and it may change next year, moving around back and forth. But to provide a way to educate the public as to what is happening at all of these different crab plan team meetings in contrast to the groundfish ones, and I won't go through this. Similar, we modified the schematic that has been shown for crab to try to be more consistent with how groundfish is being portrayed. And again, this is where I'll move on to the control rule. This is the OFL control rule for crab. When we first put this in place, we did make it similar to the OFL rule for groundfish. A couple differences, more precautionary in the alpha parameter as it's set at 0.1 and not 0.05. And the beta parameter here denotes a directed fishing closure for all of the crab stocks at 0.25, so 25% of spawning biomass. There is no ABC control portrayed here, but because the max ABC control rule that was set by the council in 2010 uses a P-star of 0.49 and no additional uncertainty in the estimate of the PDF. So it effectively is the same as the OFL control rule, which means that since it's been instituted, the ABC for crab stocks has always been set below max ABC using buffers that have varied, as you talked about on Monday with the crab plan team. And I have some tables on what the relative buffers have and how they varied by year. I know I'm going quickly, and I'm happy to pause if you have questions, but I'm just going to get into the risk and uncertainty aspect. Okay, this is a modified schematic from the National Standard 1 guidelines, just to remind you, the science and management loop that incorporates both uncertainty and a risk policy. Again, the ABC is by definition to represent the scientific uncertainty in the point estimate of the OFL, but it also incorporates a risk policy and how that max ABC is determined, and then when you go below it based on additional uncertainty that's not reflected in that risk policy. And then the management uncertainty, we don't talk about TAC levels here with the SSC, but that is another way of addressing uncertainty. In general, that's meant to incorporate management uncertainty, which is on a general basis, the uncertainty and the ability to constrain catch to the ABC. So sometimes when the catch can be constrained quite precisely, it's acceptable risk to set TAC equal to ABC. When there is some additional uncertainty in the ability, the TAC is often set for some stocks below the ABC. This is what I wanted to focus on mostly here before going into the harvest control rules. What we tried to lay out to be clear to the public and to be transparent that there are many changes and assessments that can impact the ABC besides just the harvest control rule. We grouped these and this section 3.1 into 3 different groupings on model structure modifications. Again, these are different when we review model structure at the October SSC meeting and the September plan team meeting, that they're reviewed at least in 1 year before adoption, sometimes in multiple years. Biological reference points and new and revised data can also have an impact on the relative ABC from 1 year to the next without any change to tier level, without any modification to the harvest control rule. And again, this is based on things like new data, revised time series, selectivity changes. And sometimes these are not always reviewed in September, October prior to incorporation. We've had some discussions amongst ourselves as to whether or not there should be some benchmark for change where you should be reviewing it. But again, it's often not known what the impact will be until it goes into the assessment model itself for November. And then finally, tier level changes. So the table 3 in your document is meant to summarize not all, but some of the more recent and or quite dramatic modifications using some of these different things. All of this happens within the normal assessment cycle, and just tried to characterize how some of these changes, so using the example of Bering Sea pollock, moving from tier 1 to tier 3 results in a max ABC change of 1.66 million tons. Again, the actual ABC did not change because you were already using the tier 3 control rule to set below maximum permissible, but we're just talking about the change in the max ABC. And then other changes, again, yellowfin sole is proposed for this fall, so you will see what kind of change that results in moving from tier 1 to tier 3. You moved AI Pacific cod up from tier 5 to tier 3. That was, as you recall, multiple years in development. Also, that resulted in a drop to the max ABC once the tier 3 model was approved for use. And then one example that we pulled out from Atka Mackerel, when there were changes in fishery selectivity that resulted in the estimate of the FOFL and ABC 25% higher relative to the previous year, and that resulted in a rather substantial boost in the ABC. But the important thing to remember is all of those modifications can happen under a current assessment cycle, but they're not always quite as transparent. And none of those involve the harvest control rule. I don't think I need to go through this. As you're aware, the max ABC is set by the control rule. Going below the max ABC, the SSC always has the ability to recommend one lower than the max ABC. And per the NS1 guidelines in our FMP, it should be based on whether conditions warrant setting it at a lower value than the maximum permissible, accounting for any other scientific uncertainty. Recently, we've been documenting them through risk tables. It's just a quick snapshot of the different categories of concern in the risk tables, and then your rankings in the risk tables, and how this has been used to document recommendations recently of ABC below max ABC. And there's more information on the risk tables in the document. I'm just calling attention to this table 6, where we summarized all of the ABCs below the max ABC for groundfish between 2018 and 2024. And I would note, when you received a document that summarized this from Dr. Shotwell and Dr. Bryan, noting that the categories and the scoring levels have changed between 2018 and 2022, so they're not always equivalent. Since 2023 on, they are considered equivalent, but this is summarizing across all of them. So this table takes the assessment year, what the risk table scores were per category. So whether it's assessment related, ecosystem related, fishery related, and then what the resulting SSC reduction from max ABC. I did not go through and summarize when the author recommended an ABC below max, but the SSC either changed it or did not accept it. And so this is just reflecting the SSC's modifications. For crab, then, again, apples and oranges to how this process is unfolding. And with you already discussed this on Monday, so I won't go through it, but one thing we have struggled with considering crab within this HCRs is the fact that there is no max ABC harvest control rule that we would be equating with status quo, and we are looking at buffers that have been modified by year. So this just gives you from 2021-22 through 2025-26 by stock what the relative change in those buffers has been. And then just summarizing for the crab stocks, which had risk tables in 2025, what those relative scores were for each of those crab stocks. And again, it's not the same because those scores aren't used to set the buffer. It's used to form some context. And you already discussed that with the crab team on Monday. Okay, and then just one quick reminder for the SSC. There is one other step to this that you don't address, and that is how some of the risk is considered in tax setting. The council, of course, recommends harvest specifications to the Secretary of Commerce for groundfish, but does not do so for crab. For crab, as Category 2 measure, the state of Alaska sets the TAC for that. There are optimum yield ranges in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf that can constrain the TAC. In the Bering Sea, it does constrain the TAC at the 2 million metric ton. In the Gulf, so that some of the tax must fall within that range. In the Bering Sea, obviously it bumps up against the 2 million metric ton cap in almost all years. And so tax setting incorporates how to go below that. In the Gulf, it stays within the range, and it has not gone above that. The TAC must be set equal to or below the ABC, and the council retains a broad latitude to be able to set TAC below ABC on an annual basis. So a summary on table 8 in your document is trying to just lay out what these approaches are. Again, we're still within status quo. What the benefits of these changes can be and what some of the drawbacks are. I'm just going to highlight the drawbacks rather than necessarily the benefits. And so this is because this is what's leading us to possibly, again, looking at changes to harvest control rules. A lot of these assessment changes can be less transparent to the public. Require extended development time, and but they can also be highly targeted and address stock-specific dynamics. The timing of them is impossible to characterize completely. It really depends on the assessment, the modification that's being made. Making changes from ABC from max ABC, then again, that can be done within an assessment cycle, drawing on information, but it is qualitative by nature for both crab and for groundfish. The resulting reductions can be inconsistent, and it is also not possible to recommend an ABC above the max ABC. And one of the harvest control rules that we'll talk about does allow to go up and down from that max ABC. And then TAC adjustments, again, can completely be modified by the council within a groundfish meeting cycle with no additional analyses, but they don't create structural change, and they can be ad hoc. And so they are also subject to change annually.
Diana, we have one question from
Yep.
Sherry.
Sure, Diana. I'm wondering for the drawbacks specifically, is it clarified anywhere who the subject of the drawbacks to whom?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess one example would be, it's now possible to recommend an ABC above max ABC. That's a drawback if you want more harvest. It could be a benefit for some stocks, depending on their population dynamics. And same thing, whether decisions are made within a scientific purview or within a management purview, there's benefits and drawbacks to either one. So I'm just wondering if there's a common focus.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, that's a good point. We didn't really get into that. I think we could have expressed more whether your drawback is management related, stakeholder related. We were just trying to characterize them, but that's a good point moving forward in terms of we weren't trying to make a judgment either way. We were just trying to lay out what some of the things that cause confusion in explaining our process and our also trying to, I would say in general, trying to help the council to draft objectives for moving to something different in terms of what they're trying to achieve by doing that, and whether or not, for instance, transparency might be one of those objectives.
Question from Martin.
Thanks. These seem like they're kind of really diametrically different sort of processes. And I'm thinking about the assessment changes as more the process of improving the science. And so we're not really, whereas the other two are responses to ways to deal with uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering what the logic is for sort of putting them all together in sort of a table that sort of makes them sort of parallel. I mean, in what way are they parallel?
Thank you through the chair for the question, Dr. Doran. The point of putting them together in a table, we tried to describe them in sections before then. The point of putting them in a table partly was to make sure that it's clear, I think, to the larger public that changes that occur, taking the assessment changes out of it, say we took that and put it just in its own table, was just to make it clear, as we did in the previous section, that there are many changes that are going on in the regular assessment process. We're not we're not criticizing that at all. We're just saying those things can have dramatic influences on your ABC. So we were mostly looking at what affects the ABC and what affects the TAC. And it's important to remember that some of the changes that occur within even a single assessment cycle can have a dramatic impact on the resulting ABC. That's all we were trying to highlight, really. And that aspect of it is what brought us internally talking a little bit about, should we have some sort of, if there is there some benchmark for change that should cause us to have more review than we could do during a single assessment cycle. We didn't get much further than that on that, though. Okay, so this just summarizing why we are looking at, given all these different changes, why we are looking at the overall concern in terms of population impacts under future environmental conditions that could lead to a consideration of more adaptive HCRs, looking at all the variability that can occur now. That's what we were looking at. Here I'm highlighting in Table 10, and I would note that the case studies for most of these are under Appendix 5. We're not really going into them, but this is a way of summarizing a lot of the key issues that we've been facing in recent years, over a number of years for many of these stocks, and just trying to kind of group them together in terms of recruitment variability, particularly irregular large recruitment events. Obviously, sablefish is the poster child for that, but noting there's also issues with other stocks. Increased natural mortality that's either elevated or event-driven. We've seen that in Gulf cod and Aleutian Islands cod, in Eastern Bering Sea snow crab. Prolonged recruitment failure, Greenland turbot's a good example of that. Sensitivity up to year class strength, and we've seen that in a number of stocks for pollock as well as Bristol Bay red king crab. And then slow recovery, long-lived, declining productivity despite large biomass levels that we've seen for both Bering Sea and Gulf POP. And now getting to the SSC considerations moving into and I'll come back to this at the end, but just to put it in front of you, these are some of the considerations that we're looking for in scaling this analysis to move forward as rapidly as possible within the next several years. One is the FMPs, groundfish versus crab. Another is developing a process for developing the performance metrics, what tiers we might want to focus on, and what stocks. And we have staff suggestions at the end for each of those. And moving into the modified HCRs then, and we tried to associate these with different areas. So the graphics are meant to represent the same way we represented the existing harvest control rules. I would note when you're looking at the top left for the harvest control one, the status quo, that's reflecting the 20% directed fishery closure under stellar sea lion regulations, but that's not reflective for all stocks, just for those stellar sea lion stocks. But that's how it's shown here. And similarly for the other HCRs as well. So then looking at lower fishing mortality at high stock sizes, that's incorporated into both HCR 5 and 10. 10 is at the bottom and looks at a different offset for when you might want to decline at higher levels. And then looking at HCRs that respond to time varying stock productivity, that's the middle panels. And here on the left, if you look at the middle panel on the left for HCR 7, that's where we were talking about. There might be situations where you might want your harvest control rule to allow for greater harvest at lower stock sizes than your current harvest control rule. It doesn't show up very well on the screen, but in your document, you can see that we underlaid the existing harvest control rule, again, incorporating the 20% directed fishery closure for stellar sea lion stocks. And then there might be under that some negative effects and due to time varying stock productivity that would cause you to move your benchmark further to the right, so higher benchmark before you start to ramp down, before you decline in that aspect. And again, under harvest control rule 10, you can modify the offset as to when you would decline. Obviously, under our current harvest control rules, the kink is at B40, so there is no reduction from once you are beyond B40 in terms of fishing mortality, but that's something that's considered in many of these alternative harvest control rules as a potential benefit to conserve stock sizes at higher stock sizes, that there's an additional benefit there. That's not something that we currently do. So taking that same table 10, oh, sorry.
We have a couple questions. First is Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Just wanted to ask about HCR 7 under the positive effects scenario. So you underlie the ABC control rule under there, but this action's about ABCs and not OFL. But since it's shifted to the left, wouldn't you run into potentially going over FOFL really fast, and so to just ramp there?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That's a good question. We didn't put the FOFL controller on here, which we should have, because in general, we have been characterizing this action as affecting the ABC control rule and not looking at interactions with the OFL control rule. If we are looking at scenarios that do that, it means that we would be modifying the FOFL control rule as well as the ABC control rule. So we should be showing that. I don't know if Kirsten, if she knows off the top of her head, if that limit, my assumption is that the FOFL control rule is still reflected across all of these by the one. And so that incident would require you modifying your FOFL as well as your FABC.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and thanks. I'll just go ahead and add that in the simulations that we're doing for these, we are including simulations where the FOL effect is there and not, so we can look at the sensitivity of that.
Next question from Franz.
Yeah, thanks. I thought this might as good a place as any to ask about what's possible to do like on a stock specific basis without an FMP amendment and what requires an FMP amendment. Because I'm particularly thinking about Goa Pollock, that was not an amendment as far as I know, right? And so a modification that you know, like HCR 10 that would reduce catches at higher levels of biomass, would that require an FMP amendment?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, the way that we have looked at this, it would not require an FMP amendment if you are below your FABC, but it would mean that in using that harvest control rule, say for HCR 10 at higher stock sizes, that would be a consideration of a below max ABC control rule that you are choosing to do on an annual basis, rather than that being the max OFL control rule that you have to reduce at that point. So it would go back to the considerations of when do you reduce below your max ABC. So it wouldn't, you could implement that with no FMP amendment, but it would not be a max ABC control rule. It would be a below max ABC control rule that you could just do in an assessment cycle. Again, then that is exactly we included figures on the Goa Pollock example, where it shifted it to the right for the kink in the control rule for further stock rebuilding. You would just have that could have, under that circumstance for the Gulf Pollock, it is possible that the team in the SSC would say no, but rather than following the author's advice to use that control rule. And so that would be a similar situation under this, and that would be below max ABC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to follow up then, so that's considered kind of an annual determination. And I think what I hear you saying is that if this is sort of permanently codified, then that would require an amendment. If it's assessed on an you know, on an annual basis, and it's okay to use any control rule that stays below the max ABC.
Yes, that's correct. You can do many of these, and the sablefish MSC example is another one without an FMP amendment. You might want to codify what you would want to see in order to go that route. But it does mean that it is not, I guess the point to say without an FMP amendment that there is no guarantee that is how that control would be used on an annual basis.
Sherry?
So Diana, you mentioned that you're not going to go into case studies. Are you going to talk about some of the results you found for the different harvest control rules? I'm trying to figure out when to ask my question.
Oops. Thank you through the chair. Dr. Dressel, we weren't going to get into it, but we have everybody on the line for questions. There's also a cast of characters on the line that helped with all of the appendices for questions if there are some.
Great. I'll ask this now and you can just delay if it's better for later. So you had mentioned when you were talking about Harvest Control Rule 10, you talked about the benefits. And I know that some of the results that you found were, you know, if you allow less harvest, large biomass, you know, can help build biomass and improve resilience. I'm wondering what examination you were able to do on species specific assumptions or life history assumptions, because if there's density dependent mortality, all of a sudden having higher biomass does not necessarily give you benefits. It could actually give you drawbacks. And I know the SSC mentioned that like last June, and I'm just curious what you were, if you were able to look at different options for assumptions.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to look to Kirsten to see if she wants to weigh in on that with her on the line?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. And I will caveat my response in that there is a larger ongoing evaluation of these HCRs underway with GoAClimb and AClimb. So those simulations are using a suite of models that go from single species all the way through ecosystem models. And so we'll update and provide some additional information when those simulations are finalized. But the general approach on HCR10 is inspired by the effective F rate that you get out of the cap effects on Bering Sea pollock. And so just to clarify, at those higher levels, it's not that in HCR10 at least, it's not that catch is declining, it's actually catch is capped. And so then the question becomes, where do you cap catch and what's the effect of that? Some of the initial things that we've seen emerge from both the realized and the simulations for pollock under the cap, essentially that shape, is that you do get an increased diversity of the older age classes and a reserve for spawning biomass, stabilized catch over time, some other performance metrics that may or may not be of interest. And so that's the origin of that shape. And then the question is, if you were to apply that to other species with different life histories, of course, pollock has strong cannibalistic dynamics. And so that kind of speaks a little bit to your question, but there are also species that have other density dependent drivers. And so that's part of the simulation, is to understand how that plays out on different life history dynamics.
Great, thank you.
Martin.
I guess I want to probe a little bit about what you can do under the existing FMP, and I'm thinking about HCR7. And it seems like you could, since at least conceptually that is linked to some environmental driver of stock productivity, you could at least, and so you're shifting the harvest control rule, the ABC control rule up and down. You could argue that that's tracking the sort of the max ABC value up and down in some kind of loose way. And I'm just wondering if there's enough scope to use HCR7, but with it capped at the OFL. So it could vary in between the OFL and the sort of formally defined max ABC, but so you would still have some flexibility to adjust, but it would be sort of limited on the high end by the OFL.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Doran. My understanding of it, and again, we can work with more strictly in regulations, is that no, you don't have any ability to go between the max ABC and the OFL under the way the tier system and the actual calculations are written, because they are specific to the benchmarks and to the calculation of how that FABC is defined by tier. So the flexibility was only ever in the downward direction.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Although that does sort of limit the scope if, the goal is to explore the potential utility of HCR7. We're going to have to think about how we can do that both within the existing framework and maybe with, more generally.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the way that we have been thinking about it is that, and again, it depends on what you're looking for. Yes, there are ways to do some of these things without amending the FMP, but it again depends as well on what some of your objectives are of doing this, and if one of them is to be more transparent to the public on how the max ABC is defined, that's not necessarily a transparent mechanism. The ABC control, again, going back to the uncertainty versus risk, is by nature both a science and a policy decision. And so you are, by doing that, if you are not going back to have the discussions with the council over risk versus uncertainty and a max ABC control, because it would be a below max, but it would limit your ability to do some of these that would bump up against that. If that helps.
Next question is Franz.
Actually, I think I'm good. I'm all
Okay,
done.
then Jason.
Yeah, just a question about the FABC when it goes to 0 at the still or sea line level. So I think under the current control rule, FABC doesn't actually go to 0, right? I guess I just wanted to clarify why we, or how that got selected, or if that's something we should be thinking about.
Thank you through the chair, and then I'll look to Kirsten. I think it's because that's reflecting of the species through which the simulations have been done so far. Although I think that flatfish has been in there, but that's true. That is only for stellar sea lion species, unless we were to specifically. I don't believe these were designed to say that directed fishery closure was for all. But I'm going to pause and let Kirsten chime in on that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, that's correct. This is an example, and appreciate the feedback, because I think in future illustrations we can include the ones that do not include that B20 element in the FMP.
Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Diana. Asking clarifying questions. So we talked for a moment about the overlap between the ABC harvest control rule and the OFL harvest control rules. So our focus here is on the ABC control rules, right? And I was looking for the nod. So the broader question is whether or not we should be broadening this discussion to think about the two in terms of risk and uncertainty. I mean, that's a broader question on a broader space, but just thinking bigger here, should we be doing that in the long run, or is there a rationale for just focusing on one? Thank you.
Thank you through the chair for the question, Dr. Ford. I think given the discussion, when we were back when we did the SSC workshop, we were talking about the FABC control without having these examples in place. And I think that there would be the latitude to consider both, given the way simulations are looking, or considerations would be useful because of that issue with that. So yes, I think it is useful. It may be that in many cases, the ones that you select would not affect the OFL control rule, but it would be useful to look at both.
Dana.
Yeah, thanks. Following up on Martin's question, Diana, don't you think you could probably find that HCR7 useful under crab? Because you could have, say a default buffer, but go all the way up to OFL with that control rule?
Thank you through the chair, Dr. Hanselman. Yes, that you would have different constraints although under this scenario, this goes above the OFL. So that wouldn't be the case for crab. We have some other suggestions about what to do with crab later. But yes, I think if you were going to consider for both, you might want to consider that as well. Okay, keep going. I think we went through this. This was just our attempt to try to say what are some potential HCR approaches for these different stock-specific issues. And then given the discussions, because we've mostly been talking about the climate issues, meeting with the Sablefish Group with their ongoing MSE and trying to make sure that we can characterize both of these in the same way in terms of how these different harvest controls are being considered. So we put together, with the assistance of them, a bookended climate complexity slide to show you on the left the sablefish, which we're calling a simple climate complexity harvest control rule, MSE, where they simulate alternative future recruitment scenarios. So it's quasi-climate. There are no explicit climate linkages included in those simulations. I would also call your attention, there's appendices that include a description of the sablefish MSE and results. Their spatial model includes a simple climate movement scenario, moving poleward distributional shift, and that the general goal was to look at climate robust HCRs due to extreme events, the recruitment crashes and redistribution. And so it's implicit in the modeling and not explicit. The other extreme is the more complex climate scenarios. And Kirsten's going to go into a little more detail on the models there, but looking at regionally tailored climate scenarios and plausible bounds on your environmental conditions in the future. And looking at alternative hypotheses on environmental drivers of growth, recruitment, mortality, distribution, and productivity. That structural uncertainty is represented and quantified through these alternative model formulations. Performance is measured against different metrics, and that the simulations quantify the robustness of these alternative HCRs to structural uncertainty, process uncertainty, observation uncertainty, and management implementation uncertainty. And so this was trying to just say that, yes, sablefish was not included in the simulations that we're looking at to date, but there is a way to use both of them in an analysis of alternative control rules, understanding that one is set up simply and one is set up in a more complex manner. And with that, I can move to some of the slides that now move into how the modeling is ongoing right now for the CLIMB methodology. And I think Kirsten is going to walk through some of the next couple figures in the document. I would note this table is not in your document. You also can't read it very well on here, which is why she's got some additional slides that try to break it down into a summary information on the modeling.
We have a question from Martin.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of an overarching issue. The SSC has previously suggested sort of a retrospective or sort of like replaying the historical record with, you know, a different harvest control. And I think it was also an idea that the plan team supported. And I mean, I know this isn't the direction that either of these projects have taken. And I'm just wondering if there's a sense that maybe it's kind of, you know, that it's maybe more marginally useful or not necessarily all that useful as an approach. And do the analysts have an opinion about, you know, those kinds of suggestions? Because I see it's not sort of flagged here.
Yeah, through the chair, Diana, I can go ahead and speak to that. So the sort of retrospective counterfactual of using alternative HCRs or alternative methods is not a bad idea. The difficulty is implementing that in a time series that's fit on biomass that use the realized actual HCRs that were put in place, right? So you can do it back 1 year, but as soon as you peel back further, you're actually looking at a biomass in the system of those retrospective models that reflects what was actually put in place in reality on the HCR. So we did try to do a little bit of that at one point and kind of ran into that counterfactual wall. The alternative way to do it is to do the forward simulations and try to replicate some of the dynamics that we're seeing historically. And that can be done in a couple of different ways. And that suggestion is part of some of the simulations. I wouldn't say it's being applied universally across all of them. I don't know if that helps, but I can speak a bit more to that if you have follow-up.
Yeah, I guess one approach that might be sort of a compromise would be to sort of assume historical conditions are stable into the future, and then just try to simulate a forward projection sort of on a status quo set of drivers as one way to sort of, not quite a counterfactual, but at least in the flavor of that. And was that within the capability of the sort of modeling framework that we have?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. In fact, that is one of the set scenarios, future scenarios that we are running through both the GOA-CLIMB and A-CLIMB modeling efforts. So there's alternative futures that bound plausible. There's also, for a sort of control like you're talking about, one where we run the future forward with average conditions from the past in order to evaluate the sensitivity of both the future scenarios as well as sort of stabilize and be able to compare the baseline dynamics to this kind of, it's sort of a null future scenario.
Okay, with that,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to turn it over to Kirsten to go through these slides. I can advance them for you, Kier.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the questions. And this is just to give a flavor of what has taken place within both of the ACLIMB and GoACLIMB projects as one, as Diana mentioned, one side of a bookend of complexity of information that might be coming. So there's both work plan content and things that the council and the SSC might be looking at year to year, but there is also building a process that can accommodate a variety of different inputs to that. And so the sablefish is a nice example of a scientifically rigorous approach that uses maybe more simple assumptions around climate futures in order to provide some information. We want to make sure we build a process that can accommodate that, as well as a more complex set of simulations like we've been doing through the climbs. So I'll talk a little bit about the climbs, and then I think Diana's going to show some slides about the sablefish, and we can maybe perhaps discuss a little bit to make sure we have a process that brings in both of those and allows us to look at them. This is an example of models from the ongoing round 2 of HCR simulations for ACLIMB, which is based in the Bering Sea. These are being done in coordination with the GoACLIMB modelers as well for the Gulf of Alaska. And this is a table with tiny font and lots of names and lots of detail. And so the kind of take home from this is that there are a number of different models that are up and running. They're parameterized. Many of them have been peer reviewed. They represent alternative methods of coupling environmental and climate drivers to biological relationships in the system, and in some cases extend that to social and economic linkages throughout the system. And because of that, that allows us to look at sensitivity in the hypotheses of those couplings and drivers, characterize that uncertainty, and also allows us to have a variety of performance metrics that we might not be able to get at with just a single species approach, for example. The general approach is to take high resolution, state-of-the-art ocean model output. Those are intentionally designed to be mapping to the MOM6 information that's coming out with respect to updated reconstructions of the historical oceanographic conditions, as well as forecasts. Seasonal dynamic forecasts are coming online soon. We have also decadal predictions and longer term projections as part of that coming from NOAA in general. And so what we've designed is a system that can take that information in and plug it into these regionally tailored indices and models. Next slide. And just to mention that in those, there's 4 species that are across models, probably the most mature in those simulations. There are a number of different species depending on which model you're looking at, up to 76 in the RPath model, sometimes 2 or 3 in some of the mice models. So there's different levels of species interactions being accounted for. Next slide. And this is a simplification of all of that tiny text to try to help illustrate that across the ensemble of models, we have the ability to look at different species, sometimes in isolation, sometimes in the context of differing food web dynamics, either top-down or top-down and bottom-up linked dynamics. Next slide. We also have some climate-informed species distribution models that are being developed and are mapping in to give quasi-spatial information so we can capture things like redistribution. Depending on the model, there's different couplings, and this is just to show that for many of the climate-enhanced single species models, which are the gray on the left-hand column, we have a variety of switches representing best available information for a given stock that may or may not include environmental stock recruitment relationships, environmental growth relationships, in some cases increasing connections to bottom-up forcing. The gray check mark is not there, I apologize. Then we have models of intermediate complexity, which are still pretty light and quick, but account for targeted predator interactions, for example, or bottom-up dynamics. Moving to the right, we have 2 flavors of food web models, both RPath, which is biomass assumptions of food web dynamics. So predators eating prey and prey feeding to predators based on net biomass. And then an alternative food web formulation that bases those interactions on preferred size of predators and prey. And all of those have different hypotheses for couplings. And I will note for the RPath model, I made a bit of an error in putting together this table. There's actually kind of check marks from top to bottom. It just depends on which system and which version of the models we're looking at. So there are switches actually now built for the entire column there. Next slide. The general idea, and we kind of have this multi-model approach. We start with some of those climate and environmental drivers on distribution, food web dynamics, survival and growth. And then if you can go ahead and just click twice, maybe, Diana. And then as we move through the simulation suite, we can evaluate changes in biomass allocation. And depending on the model and depending on the coupling to social and economic conditions and economic spatial models, for example, that as you kind of move around this bend on the right-hand side from top to bottom, you have more complex performance metrics that can come out of those couplings. And so you can evaluate things like changes not only in catch over time, which all the models can do, but you could also start looking at changes to communities in terms of flow of products to processors, or changes to key species that are important for different communities, all the way to changes in management implementation, and evaluate sensitivities and uncertainty in those. And I think that might be my next slide. If you go to the next one, that might be the last one there. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and pause there, but that's just to provide the context that we have capability of building in a suite of performance metrics to understand the outcome of these. So the whole goal of this is to not only understand the mean trajectory under alternative options of responding to environmental changes, but also to characterize confidence in that, assess the skill in some of the model formulations, and the skill in the performance of alternative harvest control rules. And so it's not just the mean, it's also and the variability about that, and the confidence that we have that something might work or is sensitive enough to the things that we're building it to test. All right, and I'll turn it back over to you, Diana. Unless there's questions, I can take questions.
We have a question from Bob.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Kirsten. You covered part of this in your last sentence, talking about skill of the models, but could you speak to cross-model comparisons that have been done either to identify gaps in data and or model linkages that maybe are or are not covered, given our expectations of what we expect in the ecosystem, in the next X number of years? And again, the reason I'm asking is to better understand whether or not we've built enough trust that we can test these different harvest control rules, given the suite of models that are available.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Bob. Yeah, and I think actually my answer is yes. And the reason is that especially including some of the models that have more complex food web dynamics, has been really important for understanding trajectories. So a couple of takeaways from the first few phases of the climb work. One, what we do on the management side does make a very large impact on the trajectories. So that's a good thing. It's a lever that is effective. Two, that in many ways, some of the variability in future things like the emergence of sudden shocks driven by climate or other things through the system, through the ecosystem, do have impacts that propagate, and you can detect that in the data. You can see it in the data for single species, but it becomes very apparent when you start looking at comparing the trajectories of, I'll just use Pacific cod, for example, under future conditions. When you look at a single species relationship with some of those drivers, usually through recruitment or growth, it differs from when you also account for some of the bottom-up I guess, compensations that the ecosystem does when you change the whole system as a whole. And in some cases, and in many cases, you actually see stabilization of some of those dynamics. So it's really important to have the suite side by side and be able to look at those together and evaluate, are we seeing this because this is truly a pattern in the population dynamics and the response of climate and ecosystem responses to a climate driver that may take 1 to 5 years to manifest through the food web, or is it, is there something in the system that's really important, prey species or bottom up controls that can help attenuate some of those shocks and noises. And the reason that's important in the context of the harvest control rules is as we have a forecast in hand of let's just say a large anomalous condition that might be coming in the next year, it's really helpful to be able to say, here's what we expect to happen, and here's the time delay following that disturbance that we expect to see propagate through the system. So here's how long that buffer that we've been talking about, the ABC buffer, might need to be playing out in order to account for that, either up or down. We think that this, there's a buffer in the system to this, and we don't need to react right away, or we need to react right away because there's these downstream effects. And so that's allowing us to do that through this process. Thanks for the question.
Question from Curry.
Yeah, this is just a question for Diana. I'm wondering if you can just refresh for me kind of the timelines under which we're working from a council perspective. When does the council want to know this? When does the council think it might be willing to take action?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Cunningham, for the question. We do have a couple slides at the end talking about sort of milestones and work plan. We tried to put together something in the document that is very long in coming back with deadlines. So we tried to, in the PowerPoint, come up with some shorter term deadlines. And we also, again, have some suggestions for what would help make this a little bit more of a rapid turnaround than the way we have it in terms of review process and that. So if it's okay to get to that in a little bit, that'd be great.
Next question from Franz.
Yeah, thanks. This may be for Kirsten, and I'm just curious about the conceptual model and the way that might be used, because there's sort of a number of different or a few different model categories, some that you use to sort of directly test these harvest control rules or some kind of management response, and others are, as I understand it, more just inputs like the SDM and the habitat suitability and the catch and effort models, say really sort of used in other modeling contexts to as inputs, if that's correct. And I was just wondering about the role of the conceptual model in the socioeconomic or social economic category. What's the main purpose of that model modeling effort?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. The conceptual modeling is, if you were to kind of put it on this graphic that we're looking at now, it's sort of in the right-hand side of the realm. And so it's coming into play, although there is some element of it in how you draw the linkages on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side, understanding both the connections in the system, which you may have modeled, but also how those might impact different components of community well-being, species that are related to, but not directly in the core species of that particular model. So that we're essentially using it to bookend both sides of the modeling process, if that makes sense, and to bring in a broader understanding of the connections and potential outcomes from these simulations. That's an iterative process. Ideally, it's one that continues on so that we continue to refine the way in which the questions are structured within the context of these simulations. Another example of that is also through some of the, and it's in the lower part of the slide here, through the fleet, sort of that spatial and fleet structure information. So understanding not only where species might be, but also where fisheries might be operating. Is there a mismatch there? And having that come in through data if it's available, but also through understanding and alternative and diverse knowledge sources can kind of help inform whether or not there is access to resources or whether or not there are shifting conditions in the productivity or the quality of some of the food resources in the system.
Thanks.
Sorry, one more question. Sherry.
Yeah, this is actually, it's a question back for you, Diana, before you go back to the objectives and goals. I think I should have asked this at the very beginning, or close. I'm wondering, so one of the goals of doing this, or one of the benefits of doing this that was described, is being able possibly to move from using like a risk table to actually incorporating some considerations into the harvest control rule. And it looks like the phrasing in the document for like the definition of risk is different than what we have been using for the risk table. And it looks like the meaning might be different. And I'm wondering if that was, if it is different, if that was intentional, and then whether there's a way to bring that together, I guess, when we're looking at trading off from possible risk table to harvest control rule.
Thank you, through the chair, Dr. Dressel, for the question. So two things, and I'm not trying to change the name, that they're clearly risk tables, but they are tables that discuss different uncertainties that are not reflected in the assessment, then are not about risk, but they're used to address the risk of that uncertainty in producing a change. So we were trying to characterize what is exactly meant by national standard guidelines on risk versus uncertainty. They are a loop and they are together, and that's where harvest control rules and the way you're using the risk tables to simulate a change in the harvest control rule, it is both of those together. So I don't think if the wording seems not aligned, it's not intended to be. I struggled to try to make it aligned with the terminology of them being called a risk table, but they are really a risk and uncertainty table because of what they're characterizing. It's what you do with it is risk is your action, and uncertainty is what you don't know in them. But anyways, we also, and we didn't clarify this in it, but I think in discussions, we're not trying to say that you shouldn't use the risk table if we implement different harvest control rules. I think there's still a benefit to the fact that you still may wish to diverge from a risk table. What we were trying to reflect is the potentially some of these could address some of the uncertainty that you have been using the risk tables to address, in which case it's possible that you would not need to diverge from your max ABC control rule as often as recent years have led to, because you may have a harvest control rule that's a little bit more reflective of the stock dynamics under different conditions than what we have right now. And the way we've run, I mean, all of this has evolved because of issues with applying the max ABC control rule from the tier system in a consistent manner. For a very long time, we did not diverge that often from the max ABC for groundfish. I'm only speaking to groundfish. And so but it's not meant to say that you would never use a risk table, even if you move to harvest controls. I think there's certainly a benefit to using them both to characterize the different uncertainties or issues that aren't reflected in the stock assessment itself, but also to help justify why even with a possibly new and climate resilient harvest control, that still may not reflect what you're seeing and the concerns that you have. I don't know if that answers your question.
That helps. Thanks.
Next question from Kaylin.
I had a related question. And so if we think of the risk tables as uncertainty tables, just for a minute, the SSC should be concerned with uncertainty, but shouldn't it be the council and the tax setting process where we should be thinking about risk tolerance? And so that's something, I think it's adjacent to what you were just asking about, but it's something I haven't understood actually back to whatever workshop was going on, and sort of what is the SSC's role to weigh in. Some of these goals actually seem like they are migrating into what I would traditionally think of as council and TAC territory related to more risk aversion versus uncertainty?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Fritz. So it is both in the sense that you're characterizing your uncertainty and then your risk is what you do about it. But that is inherent to your ABC control rule in terms of your uncertainty in the point estimate of your OFL and whether or not you're as concerned about that uncertainty, or is it a large uncertainty or small uncertainty? In theory, and this is one of the things, not to go back to the P-star approach, but there was something that was more elegant about that in terms of characterizing your uncertainty and then making a conscious choice from the risk perspective as to how close you want to come to not addressing all of that uncertainty. That was the whole benefit of using that. But where the choice of P-star was a policy decision, the characterization of uncertainty was a science decision. But where they intersect becomes your ABC control rule because it's taking a management decision on the relative risk of addressing that uncertainty into consideration in setting your ABC control rule. So it is a policy decision to set the ABC control rule, but how you're designing it and what you want to do with it is also a part of the scientific uncertainty that you're trying to capture. Does that help?
Maybe a related question then would be why not have a TAC control rule where the council maps out their risk tolerance, and then for a lot of these cases, you can always set the TAC lower based on your risk aversion. And so I guess I'm trying to also pull apart ABC versus TAC and who's making decisions. So I think it's okay to move on. I think I still don't completely get it, and maybe I need to educate myself more on P-star if that one makes more sense.
Sorry, through the chair, thanks. This is exactly what is meant to be characterizing by that, and trying to divide out what's in blue is the science and what's in greenish color is the council role and the management. And so defining your ABC control rule involves council action. That's why this would go through the council unless it is something that is, the council does not decide to take up as an amendment process and do only in the assessment, which then relinquishes their ability to have a role in how that ABC, max ABC is set. Council is solely in the management realm in terms of addressing how TAC is adjusted relative to the ABC, but usually that's meant to not necessarily reflect risk and uncertainty. That's meant to reflect management uncertainty. So whether or not once you receive that, once you have the ABC recommendation of what is biologically acceptable to hit, then whether or not you wish to set below it for market reasons, for socioeconomic reasons, or for management uncertainty and the ability to constrain the catch because you don't have a management system in place to address certain catch issues. That's where the tax setting process is intended to come in.
I guess one more follow-up then, because I think I would have put, I'm not sure management uncertainty would have come to mind. Like one key, I like your examples here. The other one I would add though, is if you wanted to do something like smooth catch, I would have put that on the TAC side. And I'm not sure I would understand why it would be on the ABC side.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. And we're not trying to define the objectives. If you want to move towards that's a list of ones that we have heard from stakeholders. And I agree with you that it may be that is falling more in a catch realm. So whether or not you want your ABC to addressing catch stability for biological reasons or for economic reasons would be something that you would establish in your objectives, the council's objectives. That's, as you discussed earlier with the Tanner crab analysis, the establishing of objectives is a policy choice.
Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Kalen, very much for asking that question. I think you're spot on in thinking about where we need to be interacting in this space. My question then to Diana is, would you agree then that the council's decision here is in whether or not, earlier in the presentation, you listed a series of different ways that we're addressing uncertainty and risk throughout this process, and some of them less formal than others, less transparent than others. Would you say then it's the council's policy decision to decide if they want to change the FMP and put in a hard harvest control rule that guides us at that ABC risk level, as opposed to the recommendations we usually make on buffers? And that then incorporates the council's level of risk that they want us to have as we're thinking about what we should be doing with ABC. And then secondarily, back to my question a little while ago, then does it also then maybe play into that ABC and OFL buffers, and maybe providing that option to the council as to where they want to put that versus what they leave to the SSC in terms of tracking lesser issues, if you will, inside the stock assessments?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Dr. Ford. Yes, that's exactly, I think, where the council would weigh in, is if the council has indicated their support for this in general, but weighing in as to whether or not if the council does not feel that it needs to modify the current ABC control rules, as long as any new control rule that's put in through the assessment process based on simulations is below the hard level that's in the FMP right now, then they can say that's okay. If they're interested in ones that would modify that outside of the bounds of the current OFL and ABC, then that would require an FMP amendment, and modifying the ABC control rule under an FMP amendment or the OFL control rule does involve both science and policy, because it is a council decision. And as we would normally do, we'd look at a range of different ones that would then meet when we get to performance metrics. The council would set up objectives for what they're trying to achieve by this action. And in doing so, then we would infer performance metrics that would go along with those objectives. And then when you're evaluating the different control rules, to see to what extent they won't meet all the objectives, but you'll see to what extent they meet some better than others. And it may be the council perchance is more interested in ABC control rules that meet more of catch stability or other objectives, all of which, though, the harvest controllers would be formulated around the idea of enhancing climate resilience in the long run. But what your short-term objectives that are achieved by those would be probably more of your policy standpoint.
Dana.
Yeah, just briefly coming back to the risk table. So wouldn't it be the situation, and the way we're taking the tact of climate resilient HCRs here, that you'd really only eliminate column 3 of environmental from the risk table, and you've still got all those other things out there?
Through the chair, Dr. Hanselman, yes, that's correct. We're not trying to address assessment modifications, tier modifications, unless you're looking at changing the whole tier system. But we would be looking at how you respond to environmental conditions. I think as a related note, because of the way that we're looking at changes in biological reference points and all that, that's why we're calling to attention that maybe are we comfortable with the current level of review and iterative approach when there can still be abrupt changes that are done simply within an assessment within a certain year. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to scroll ahead now. Okay, this is pages 28 and 29. And again, this is getting into what the council's considerations will be at this meeting. But defining an overarching goal, the council has indicated in requesting this analysis that it's looking for increased resilience for long-term sustainability of fish and crab stocks. We've put together a draft list of objectives with the hope that the council would provide us, moving forward, some specific objectives that the council is interested in. And so our draft objectives are just providing some that we've heard both within our team meetings, our plan team meetings, our group meetings from stakeholders. And they're not meant to these are not prioritized in any manner. They're just a listing of them. And that can be modified and the council can provide them to us. Normally, I know you had this discussion a little bit about Tanner, and it's not always the case that the council provides explicit objectives and then we infer performance metrics from it. That happens in some analyses, and certainly we did that a lot with the Halibut ABM analysis. It's not necessarily something that happens in others. The council always provides a purpose and need statement, and that reflects what their goal is. And from it, you can infer objectives that are meant by that goal. And it usually in the more complicated analyses that we face, those objectives can be competing. But sometimes a purpose and need statement from the council is very simple and just looking for increased conservation benefit from something or reducing an allocation change. But in this analysis, we are looking for specific objectives because we know that there's no one control rule that can meet varying objectives, and some of these might be in contrast to others. Pointing now to Appendix 3, this is where what the group put together was some performance metrics developed to show some examples of taking a management objective, for example, sorry, just going back one, sustainable biomass for groundfish and crab stocks, without defining what sustainable biomass means. What are some performance metrics that might help you understand that? So if you look at the top row, maintaining biomass above a biomass limit, maintaining the chance of being overfished, getting at preventing overfishing, maintaining stock size above a target reference point. These would be the certain metrics that, given a set of objectives, the analysts would put together. But it's important that this and the going further to the right, the actual analytical metrics and the quantities of interest, it's important that that also include the stakeholder component of it, because we would come up with what we think might reflect that. And then we'd want to get feedback from the public, from the council, from the SSC, as to, does that reflect what you think is what you would consider a measure of stability, a measure of yield, a societal goal for long-term profitability? Is that reflective of it, or should we look for a different metric? And then at the end of it, we would use those metrics to run the simulations to show how different harvest control rules reflect in varying degrees those metrics. So this is also from the appendix, from Appendix 4. This is from the Sablefish MSE, and this is just providing you the radar plot that where those different metrics that were selected, 6 performance metrics were selected under that MSE, and for 5 different control rules. So each of the lines gives you the output from the control rule. It's not including uncertainty in that plot. It's just a simplified plot of 3 different regimes that they were run under, Beaverton Holt and a crash regime, I'm not sure the middle one, and then how those reflect different measures of average annual spawning biomass, average age, average annual economic value, and that's to give you an idea of how they meet. So that's what the goal of this would, developing those performance metrics to then be able to come back and test whatever harvest controls were selected to be compared and contrast under different scenarios. That's how the impact analysis would be designed. Pause there if there's.
Sarah.
So I think I understand, but just for clarity, the societal sort of category is also a way to ground truth, basically, in the developing those performance metrics.
Through the chair, Dr. Weiss, I'm not sure what you mean by ground truth.
I think you explained it in terms of really verifying that, in fact, there's in refining those performance metrics as you develop them, there's broad, grounded knowledge that is going into that development. Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, thank you. That's exactly it. And that's why we would need additional assistance and broadened buy-in in order to make sure that that is reflective of what you would consider community stability, what different communities of place and practice would consider to be the background on that.
Thanks. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, moving on to Dr. Cunningham's question previously. So we tried, since putting this paper together a month or so ago and posting it to the council's website, we've tried to talk to see what are some shorter term things that we could bring forward. Again, looking at going back to the scalability idea, how can we, rather than looking at the very long-term timelines that we put in this paper, how can we try to come up with a way to move this forward a little bit quicker? And what would we see as some short-term milestones that we could bring forward? And so the idea being in the fall of 2026, there'd be a status update on ACLIMB and the forward-looking plans for analysis to the plan team. That's more of just the broad overview that we would give to the plan teams in general. But then also as a team, providing preliminary findings from examples that are ongoing of ACLIMB and specifically targeting some specific stocks. And as Dr. Holzman indicated earlier, the four stocks that are the most developed in modeling are Pollock, Pacific Cod, Arrowtooth, and Northern Rock Sole. And then again to the plan team is planned to get an update on the MSC results from the Alaska sablefish, and allowing the conversation to unfold is how do both of these efforts go forward simultaneously, as well as where does the sablefish MSC results, are those to be incorporated into the assessment? Are they to be folded into an idea of different harvest control rules? And then a longer term plan to the right in terms of discussions of results and model synthesis to date. This is all pending, ideally getting some feedback on the scalability of this analysis, and are there things that right now we should focus on more so than others, which I think my next slide is on. So, oh, sorry, Martin, go ahead.
Martin.
Yeah, I think we previously had asked for something like an experimental design for the work, and it's obviously not here at this meeting, but would that be something, you're kind of sort of alluding to that, I guess, here, but would that be something we could expect in the fall in terms of, mapping out, which models would be used for which species, how the forcing scenarios would be set up, and you already showed a slide that showed how the biology links with the environment. So I think that would be an important element as well, but just to understand how it all sort of is being designed as a project.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'll pause in a second to turn it over to Kirsten also, but just this is going to get at some of the information in our next slide. Understanding the SSC's time constraints in the fall for October and December, we're trying to work around that as well. Like, we'd love to update you on a bunch of this stuff, but now we'd also like to circle back to, is there another body, if you will, or subgroup to provide updates to, because we understand that there's not much flexibility in your schedule, particularly in this time frame, for us to be providing an HCR update. But I'm going to pause it for Kirsten to speak to the feasibility of addressing that, whether, even if we don't know to whom we would be providing that, if that helps.
Yeah, through the chair, and thank you for the question, Martin. Yeah, there is a document that is internal coordination document that allows us to make sure for each of these models and setups that we're being as comparable as possible in the setup, so we can really evaluate that the outcomes are due to differences in the intended differences between the model simulations. So that document is evolving. It's a dynamic internal working document. Happy to bring forward the status of that during that briefing in the fall, and just talk it can get into the weeds. So depending on how much into the weeds you'd like to know, we could scale accordingly, but we can bring an update and talk a little bit about the general setup and lessons learned in setting those things up as well.
Okay, I think I just have 2 more slides, which is going to circle back to this whole idea of to whom as well, and scalability. So the kind of things that we would like, again, going back to my slide earlier, in terms of FMPs, it's our staff suggestion that we focus right now on groundfish. There's a number of issues that you just talked about on Monday about addressing different aspects to crab at this point right now. And we also have discussions, and it's characterized in the document, as to what even represents status quo for crab. Right now for groundfish, I believe, at least in the Bering Sea, scenarios have been run for status quo. And so we're at the point to move on to scenarios run for the alternative harvest control rules. For crab, there is no scenario for status quo, nor do we have one that we talked a little bit with the crab plan team, but with all the other things going on with the crab plan team right now and coming up with what status quo means for just the baseline run for this, it may be that crab is something perhaps we circle back to after we've done more immediate work on groundfish. We are with the idea that we might be getting objectives coming out of this meeting. We would then be working on designing performance metrics, possibly starting with just the biological and fisheries metrics, but then figuring out how to have some form of public feedback or a public workshop to look at the metrics for those as we're designing more community and socioeconomic and societal metrics as well. Again, given what we talked about earlier, its suggestion is to focus on tier 3 and not be looking at control rules for other stocks, and then looking at just 2 or 3 candidate stocks to start. So our suggestions were peacock and pollock as well as sablefish. And again, that's across both the Bering Sea and the Gulf, even if it might be that the Bering Sea simulations are ready sooner for viewing how that's unfolding. But with the Gulf and the Bering Sea both working simultaneously, the 2 climb teams, the Goa climb and the E-climb. I can pause there. I don't know if there's.
Question from Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you said you did not want to focus on crab, so I have a crab question. Do you think that there would be value in the SSC considering making some recommendations on continuing to move the crab effort forward? And I should ask this first. Do you think that the fact that we don't have a control rule in crab is really the underlying issue as to why we can't make that progress?
Through the chair, me as a single staff member that has helped work on the crab, yes, I think that is one of the biggest stumbling blocks is there is not a defined status quo harvest control rule for ABC that you can work from. Certainly, I think the idea is interesting that you do have an FOFL control rule, and you could design some concepts for an ABC control rule that work within the OFL or modify either, I think. But I think that you would be starting from that aspect rather than trying to say, hey, what are some alternative HCRs that we could look at for crab while we come up with some sort of baseline that is not going to be it's not going to be consistent in the time frame that we would be trying to move forward with that, because as you can see, the buffers have been different. The buffers are in general not constraining the catch. There's a lot of issues there. So I don't know if that answers your question. Again, I'd like to caveat that's just my personal perspective. I'm not speaking for the crab plan team in any way.
Kaylin.
Could you explain the status quo and what that is?
Through the chair, sure. That's just what our current harvest control rule is.
Oh,
Is for groundfish.
yeah. So I guess, right. So Dana, you had some nuance about what categories kind of go in or not, but if I'm understanding this right, isn't it replacing something which is kind of expert opinion based with something that has these perfect straight lines? And so I guess if you ask me what is the status quo, I would say I'd have to look back and trace out some non-parametric curve of what the, is it a buffer? Is it like you go through the uncertainty tables and that all the people around the table kind of put together. So it's the status quo is not that straight line graph. It is a product of these decisions. And I would think you could actually trace those out. But then anyway, I guess I just wonder about the simulations that are being run and represented as the status quo if they don't have this consideration of that human factor, which is essentially an expert opinion off of this curve.
Thank you through the chair for the question, and I'll pause to let Kirsten describe how the status quo has been simulated. But in general, we would go with the max ABC controller because more often than not, depending on the length of the time frame that you're going with, that is what you are constraining the catch against, similar to in the assessments, when in general that is the assumption, is that the ABC is taken except in circumstances where you know very well that the TAC is always much less than that, and so then you're using the TAC assumption. But I'm going to pause because I think Kirsten has an answer to what they have used for status quo in the simulations to date.
Yeah, through the chair, and thank you for the question. It is spot on. In the previous simulations for the Bering Sea, we ran status quo not only as the status quo ABC, but also modeled the relationship of TAC to ABC based on historical patterns, which was some work that Amanda Fig and Alan Haney did through a model that we coupled to every model in the modeling suite. And then that also had the ability to toggle on and off a switch that would model realized catch as a function of TAC. And so we could look separately at the effects of historical patterns. They were based on statistical relationships of what had actually unfolded previously. Once an ABC was set, what was the actual, and it considered species and stock interactions in that, what would the most likely TAC be set at, and then what would the most likely catch be based on those TACs. And what we took away from that is that those two steps are incredibly important. They do determine the direction of and the outcome of many of these upstream decisions from assessments and ABCs. And so it is an important part to capture correctly. And going forward, the performance metrics and the objectives are things that we can build into that framework in order to look at what Diana was talking earlier, which is management implementation uncertainty or variability or sensitivity, if you will. We can look at that and model that as well and be able to quantify that.
Sorry, I'm still confused because I was looking at the slide table 6, page 22, and if I look at the right-hand side, I see pretty much every stock has an SSC reduction from max ABC. So if I'm understanding the point of this right, it would be, well, we're going to draw a curve that accounts for the uncertainty around climate. And right now the SSC is doing that almost manually. And the right-hand column there looks like they're doing it, and I'm to say they because I don't participate in this process, doing it consistently for these stocks. So if you were going to sort of trace out what the SSC chose, it wouldn't be at the actual curve that the SSC has been sort of non-parametrically developing is not the max ABC curve that was on the prior slide for this presentation.
Yeah, just through the chair, when Kirsten's referring to TAC over ABC, she's talking about the actual ABC that was set, not the max ABC. So anything that's TAC over ABC would reflect the SSC the ABC that came from the council. And also that this table is only reflecting from 2018 on. A lot of what's been driving this consideration is the fact that since that time we have diverged more often, and prior to that time, and this is certainly not reflective of all the stocks. These are the only stocks for which that has occurred. But prior to that time frame, for most stocks, that didn't happen at all. I don't know if Kirsten, you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, that's correct. The risk table adjustments are newer relative to the longer time series that can be used to parameterize that relationship between ABC and TAC. And as Diana was just saying, there is also the relationship between max ABC and ABC. So that on the simulation side is not a large hurdle. On the implementation of an alternative HCR, I think that's exactly the feedback that is needed is let's not double count. Let's ensure that if we're doing this, there's and some discussion around what triggers a step away from that towards a analytical approach is warranted.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just have one last slide, really. These are just some additional considerations. We talked a little bit about this in February, looking at moving to that we haven't gotten very far along the line of the development of triggers. What would trigger you moving to an alternative harvest control rule? Some of the things that we've talked about, triggered by new science, new information, retrospective concerns. And again, getting back to this issue of when do you adopt a change in a biological reference point and the rate at which this information is incorporated into a harvest control rule. Developing this, we think, should be an iterative process for getting feedback. And this is where we are looking for how best to get that kind of feedback. Other thoughts on triggers as you've reiterated in the past, it should be on a stock by stock basis. We have to ensure that there's no double counting. So if we move to a new harvest control rule, we're not double counting for the things that we're trying to use the harvest control rule to do. And then some ideas on examples of what might trigger you moving to a different harvest control rule. But the iterative process of that probably, unless this is to drag out for multiple years, can't wait for SSC time availability on your schedule if we want to be getting iterative feedback more rapidly than that. So we're trying to figure out, is there a subgroup somehow that we as a team could be meeting with to get more immediate feedback with a more periodic update from that to the SSC. And so that's just something that we've been trying to think about when we were laying out our longer term timeline that didn't incorporate that. But if we're trying to move this along quicker and we run a bunch of different things, we come up with some ideas, it would be great to have some feedback loop where we can get more immediate feedback. And then on a longer term, as your time allows it, as the larger SSC, come back and provide the feedback on both what we were looking for and how we've received and incorporated feedback. And I think that that's all I have. Kirsten, do you have anything else to add to this slide? I wasn't.
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
And I think that's all we have. I do have one additional slide that's posted if you wanted more information on the HCRs that were running the Sablefish MSE analysis as compared to our current F40 control rule. But otherwise,
Thanks for that presentation. I'm not seeing any other questions pop up. Again, thanks for walking us through that. It's a lot of material to digest. We are getting close to our lunchtime, but I think we're going to take public testimony first. So the people that have been, oh, sorry, Jason, go ahead.
Sorry, Diana. Just to follow up on the subgroup, maybe a little bit more. So I guess I'm wondering, are you thinking an SSC subgroup, or are you thinking this is part of the ecosystem committee group? I guess which group of groups are we talking about here?
Thank you through the chair. And I would also note that this is something that Kirsten and I just started talking about in the last couple of days. So it obviously needs more thought. I think what we're finding from the ecosystem committee meeting that we had, that seems like a great place to possibly run performance metrics through. Or one of the things that I think, well, at least the council will hear in the ecosystem committee recommendations is look at what we talked about earlier with Martin. That seemed like a good group for emerging climate information to be a repository for that. But it's probably not the best makeup of a group for us to run iterative technical choices and recommendations on. So I think we'd probably be looking for some form of an SSC or SSC Council AP, some form of a subgroup that is not intended to be a committee that meets publicly, but to provide us the feedback, and then we could come up with a means for which we update the SSC more periodically, but not wanting to wait until, say, once a year that we could have that feedback from the SSC and then interpret it in the next year and then come back and find out whether or not we interpreted that correctly.
Sherry?
Sure. Yeah, I definitely do. I do see the problem of actually getting the feedback when you need it and keeping this moving. I'm struggling a little bit with public process, because if and SSC process. I think normally if we have a subgroup, the subgroup, even if it's a working group, which isn't public, then the recommendations come back to the full ABC, to the full SSC. The SSC weighs in, the public weighs in, and then some action is taken ahead of time, but it can be completely redone after the SSC meets. And so I'm trying to think of a way to make sure that there's SSC and public process. And I'm not on the fly. I'm not sure on the fly. I just can't quite get there. So mostly just to make sure that it fulfills the council requirements for public process, I guess. I'm not sure what to helpfully give you. Is there a piece that we can give you, even if we're not able to answer that and discuss with staff now?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that's exactly what we struggled with. I think even a reiteration that there some form of iterative feedback is clearly necessary to move this forward, giving us more time to think through what's the best way to go about that. We were just looking at the council and the SSC's timeline and what we're trying to make our timeline to, and thinking like we need to move more rapidly like that for feedback. But we don't have, that's why I was hesitant to even bring it up. But at the same time, we want to stress that in order for us to move forward more rapidly, that step is necessary. But I don't know off the fly how best to do it.
So just one follow-up. Is it possible for the SSC to answer just whether or not we feel like iterative feedback is necessary? Because that seems like an SSC call, and then maybe co-chairs can work with council staff to try to figure out if feedback is necessary, what are the ways we can do that and still make sure that it's good? Does that?
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Bob, do you have a follow-up to this?
I do, if I
Okay,
may,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, so building on that, Diana, do you think that a group like this, and taking into account Sherry's comments on the public process, would be valuable if it were more on the educational side, less on the decision-making side, or no decision-making, but all educational? And the reason I ask is a lot of our questions here were centered on questions like, well, where do we include risk? Where do we include uncertainty? Where's the council's role? How does that role reach into, policy setting at the ABC? So much of what I think you're going to spend 50% of your time addressing those questions for the next 3 years. So I just wonder if there's value in that would help move your process along, understanding what you're shooting for along the way.
Thank you, through the chair, Bob. Yeah, that's really helpful. And I didn't get into the engagement and communications aspect of our ask under this agenda item, but that is something that we talked about with the ecosystem committee, that would be a great body for us to review materials through. And that was part of the reason a lot of this paper is focused on what do we do right now before we get into what are the nuanced changes that we're talking about making, is a renewed focus. And I would imagine that we would hear that back from the council too, that it is worth staff effort, time, and energy in pursuing the communication aspect of that, how best we go about it, and whether or not we need to get feedback on our communication, or we just need to focus on making sure that simplified communication strategy is put forward and is made widely available. And we have some ideas on that. We've met with someone to help design a draft communications. And I think that would be part and parcel of this. I think the iterative feedback that we need would probably be on a much more specific basis so that we keep moving forward. And that part, I think, we've already tried. We've tried to do that through the plan team. We tried to do it through a workshop. I think what we need is something that's much more focused and strategic for us to try to come up with triggers, what would trigger them, get ideas, try to filter them, come back, and we can do it within ourselves, but I think we're looking for some influence too. Kirsten, do you have some thoughts on that? I'm just off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good discussion, and the iterative is needed. It helps us ensure that we're staying on track for the the larger updates to the SSC. And I think that Diana and I were trying to think of something that in some ways the CCTF was that more iterative touch point for us for a long time. So something at the frequency that's a little bit more frequent than the 2 times a year updates that we're planning to do, so that we can ensure that we come to each meeting with the synthesis that's needed to accelerate the discussions.
Okay, Jen, I'm sorry I missed your hand earlier. I know you've been waiting with a question. Thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
No problem. It's hard being the person remote. And this actually harkens back to, I think it was Caitlin's comment about this strategy seems to me to be a move, it's a move away from risk tables to the harvest control rules, which, I think as one of the aims of this is to make a more transparent process, more understandable process, but we are moving to a formula versus an expert opinion framework. And then as we started talking about how those adjustments and what those trigger points are for adjusting the HCRs, it seems to me we're starting to incorporate a whole bunch of expert opinion back into it. And then if these are happening quickly and, on a rapid timeline and the discussion about feedback, are we losing the transparency again because things are happening rapidly and in response to, within cycles? And just I understand the need for the new HCRs and the modifications. I'm just worried that without a really effective communication strategy and really clear guidelines, that the whole process is going to become nearly as opaque as the risk table process. And I don't know that there's a question there, but have you guys thought about how to navigate that piece?
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the question. Yes, and that's why we weren't focusing on the communication strategy, but we highlighted it. It's been highlighted to us from multiple sources, including the Ecosystem Committee. That was what was the origin of having a lot of this paper talk about what happens right now. It was amazing to find out both within our agencies how little people understand the current process. And so we're trying to work from that and make that very clear. And then realizing that if that's difficult for people to, if that's already opaque, then the more we move beyond that, the harder it's going to be. And so we really are stressing a lot on the communication and engagement. I think what we're doing is trying to do a lot, and we don't want to lose momentum on what we're doing moving forward with harvest control rules, while we understand that we then need to double down more on the communication of what we're currently doing as well as what we're proposing. So we know it's a lot. That's why we've been looking to external help on helping us formulate a clear and concise communication plan and strategy that's pretty aggressive in terms of timing and staff time and workload, in addition to the workload of actually working on the harvest controls themselves.
Just to follow up to that, we're going to end up with some stocks down the road. We're going to end up with some stocks being managed under harvest control rules in these flexible harvest control rules, and others that are really still going to be managed under risk tables just because we don't have the information. How are, I think, communicating the benefits and the challenges of improving the harvest control rules or retaining the use of risk tables, that evaluation step I think is going to be really important. And I guess that's your status quo HCR model. But I don't know that it was framed like that in the language. So I guess, am I clear that we will still have stocks that are under risk tables?
Through the chair, I think all stocks will still have the ability to use a risk table. What we're trying to say is that not all stocks need a new harvest control rule. A lot of stocks don't. A lot of stocks don't use risk tables at all, or not that they don't have them, but those are not elevating any concerns that would cause you to change your, having a risk table, I think is more common than not in almost all of the stock assessments, if not all of them, but a lot of them come up with ones all the way across, and there's no cause for concern. So we're trying to deal with exceptional situations, and then to see if harvest controls might be more transparent to addressing them than the consistent use of risk tables. There will always be exceptional circumstances that can't be accommodated by a new harvest control rule or other, as Dana mentioned earlier, the other categories of the risk table that harvest controls are not addressing, like issues with the assessment, issues with CPUE, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move now into public testimony. I'll note that we have one written comment submitted already, and we have 3 testifiers signed up. And I believe the first one is Jacqueline Mulbauer. I'm sorry, I forgot your last name wrong. Welcome.
Good day. My name is Jacqueline Muehlbauer. I'm a policy analyst from Fairbanks, Alaska. This testimony is my own personal commentation and questions. It does not represent anyone else's opinions, ideas, or thoughts. Today, I'd like to raise 3 points that I hope the SSC will consider as it advises the council moving forward. One is observer coverage, which is the foundation on which bycatch estimates rest. I'd like to ask the SSC, does this committee have a formal recommendation on the minimum observer coverage level required to produce bycatch estimates within an acceptable margin of error? If the current coverage rate falls below that threshold, then the PSC caps the council is managing are not calibrated to actual interception. They are calibrated to estimated interception with an unquantified uncertainty range. For Yukon River chum stocks, that uncertainty is not academic. It represents fish that may not return. Prior to this meeting, I spent quite a bit of time reviewing NIMP's Gulf of Alaska Chinook ESA 12-month finding. It was published on May 14th, 2026. That finding identified environmental variability as the greatest threat to Gulf of Alaska Chinook, yet concluded it presents only a low-level risk over a 25 to 40-year foreseeable future window. I've compared that finding to the 2024 OC SONCC Chinook Status Review, a directly comparable NIMPS document, and identified several methodological gaps relevant to this SSC. The GOA finding provides no population-level risk matrix with standard deviations. The OCSONCC review provided an average score and standard deviations across 10 factors for every population, enabling external evaluation of the evidentiary basis for each conclusion. The GOA finding did not have this. Climate change is not treated as a standalone scored risk factor in the GOA finding, despite being identified as the greatest threat. The OCSONCC review includes a dedicated climate column in its risk matrix with population-specific scores and century-scale projections. 2 biologically and distinct ESUs received mathematically identical VMAT likelihood point scores, 87 low, 3 moderate, 0 high. Under genuine independent expert judgment, this outcome is statistically implausible. The findings bycatch risk conclusion relies on the same observer coverage data, whose limitations this SSC is positioned to evaluate. The finding characterizes bycatch impact as low risk based on estimated numbers. The finding itself acknowledges are subject to coverage-dependent uncertainty. I'm not asking this committee to take a position here. I'm asking whether these gaps meet your own standards for scientific adequacy and whether this committee wishes to note them for the council's awareness. And finally, on the most current harvest control rule presentation, I'd like to ask, what does this committee consider an appropriate precautionary buffer when stock assessment data is uncertain? Is that buffer currently built into Chinook and chum PSC thresholds? If the answer is no, I ask this committee to address it directly in its report to the council. The federal trust responsibility requires management decisions affecting tribal subsistence to be grounded in the best available science, and precautionary buffers under uncertainty are a fundamental component of that standard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing any questions? Thanks again. Our next testifier will be Linda Benkin. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the SSC. Linda Benkin testifying for the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I did submit written comments on this agenda item, but I neglected to submit them to the SSC. I apologize for that, and I did attach them to my sign up, so they're available to you and hopefully helpful. We strongly support the SSC and the Council's efforts to incorporate climate change into fisheries management and your underlying goal of building climate resilience across the North Pacific ecosystems to fishing industry and our fishery-dependent communities. As you know, we are all experiencing rapid change. We see it on the water every day, and we urge you to maintain a high priority focus on this work. Because the changes we are witnessing are so rapid, we expect that navigating the next 10 to 20 years will require a willingness to question, to test, and to change many existing aspects of fisheries management. As fishermen, we've enjoyed the abundance of a thriving ecosystem, harvesting what we considered an ecosystem surplus. As that surplus declines and possibly disappears for some species, we believe management must shift to provide greater buffers against uncertainty and instability, a higher level of protection for fish habitat, and a new focus on providing pathways for the industry and fishing communities to maximize value over volume. As part of moving management towards these objectives, ALPHA strongly supports the Council's ongoing work to incorporate other ways of knowing, new objectives into the harvest specification process, and into the reevaluation of harvest control rules. We're also eager to see incorporation of dynamic management tools to increase in-season adaptation capacity. While it's still difficult to understand how that could work given the legal constraints under which the Council operates, we realize this rapid response is likely to be really necessary as our ecosystem changes so fast. I wanted to comment specifically on the harvest control rules for sablefish. We are very supportive of this work. Our experience with the slow train wreck of sablefish management over the past 6 years has made us firm believers in the need for change. We're really excited by the work that Drs. Cunningham and Godel have dedicated to this work and their engagement of fishermen in identifying the objectives. While not every simulation achieves the anticipated outcomes, some of the alternative harvest control rules tested do meet the objectives that fishermen have identified. Those that include creating a stock reserve when recruitment is strong, minimizing stock and price fluctuations, and maintaining resource value over time. ALPHA understands this MSC assessment will soon be complete and would only transition from a scientific exercise to change in management policy if the Council provides that direction. We would call your attention to Appendix A of this agenda item, which reviews the poor outcome of recent sablefish management in the recent past with age truncation, a massive drop in economic value, and a lot of stress in the industry, and to the more promising performance of an alternative harvest control rule, namely the hybrid harvest control rule that's been tested with the MSC model. We ask that the SSC support this work and recommend that the Council build on this work to guide an analysis of an alternative sablefish HCR. We believe the purpose for alternative HCRs for sablefish should include the goals of increased climate resilience, as well as industry-identified objectives of maintaining the robust sablefish age structure, improving catch stability, and maintaining the economic value of the resource. Additional analysis, including expansion of the economic data, which we understand is about ready to start, will allow the SSC and the Council to identify an alternative HCR that improves sablefish management, even as climate change tests all existing assumptions. I listened to some of the conversation here this morning about where risk and where uncertainty is best incorporated at the SSC and the council. And I would say that that really reflects a lot of the frustration we have felt over the last 6 years, where we would come to the SSC and voice our concern and hear that, you know, the tier system, the harvest control rules, the risk table indicated that TAC should be set at ABC, and that we should take those concerns about truncated age structure and what was happening to the economy of the fishery to the council. And then the council would say, well, the SSC has told us TAC could be set at ABC. You're in the wrong place to express these concerns. I mean, I even heard a council member say, this isn't where those science considerations should be raised. So we are looking for a process that gives us clarity and gives us traction to bring our concerns to you about impacts to the resource, impacts to our fisheries, and impacts to our fishing communities. And we feel like this exercise is really getting there. So we certainly support your work on this. Understand that we are very focused on sablefish. I see this balance of there may be some stocks that are good candidates for alternative harvest control rules, other stocks that stay with the risk tables. We just hope sablefish can continue to move along, and understand that it will take some direction from the SSC, the AP, and the council to take that from an exercise with the MSC to actual policy. We support that and ask you to move that forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Linda. Question from Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your public testimony, Linda. Question on developing the HCRs. And do you have a recommendation for how to make sure that all of the voices of the various industry entities that are impacted by these HCR decisions, really this starts with what is that objective? It's a council's objective, an industry objective, et cetera. And I think there are examples of successful HCR type of models when the objective is clear. So the question is recommendation on how we make sure that we can come to that common objective among the different stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. So I feel like Dr. Cunningham has worked really hard to bring the industry into the conversation and given all of us that opportunity to weigh in on objectives. We've had multiple meetings during council meetings. There's been a fair amount of outreach and some online opportunities. I mean, certainly as we start to see these results now from those simulation, it's the time to come back and pull the industry into a broader conversation, not over the summer while everybody's fishing, but possibly in the fall, to really review those, how those have performed relative to objectives, to do sort of a ground truthing with the industry and with fishing communities about those objectives. And then to continue to move this forward. But I do feel like the process to date has been very inclusive, and the presentation of the simulations and the results has just been excellent. Just good summaries, brief, and something I've been able to share pretty widely with our membership, as well as with people in the processing sector who have felt the real impacts of this economic crash with sablefish.
Another question from Kaylin.
Have you been in touch with the folks putting together the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles for sablefish? And I know you called out how engaged you've been with Curry, and I'm just thinking about that sort of other route through the council process, which would be more that framing of the economic kind of status of the fishery and sort of implications of TACs for the economic status of the fishery, and if you have any thoughts or comments on that process.
Yes, through the chair. I have tried to keep up with all of it. I mean, certainly we saw these impacts coming with sablefish markets, and we've tried to continue as we're starting to see some slow recovery to provide data to that economic impact side about price structure relative to age structure and, what we see sort of slowly coming back, how that's changed over time. And we'll continue to do that, to the extent that we can, certainly, and see that as incredibly important to the next steps of this process.
Great. Thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have Jim Armstrong. Welcome, Jim.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the SSC. Jim Armstrong with the Freezer Longline Coalition. We submitted written comments on this agenda item. I'll try to focus here on a few points that I think are particularly important as you continue your review of climate-linked harvest control rules. First, FLC agrees that climate variability is real and that environmental conditions influence cod populations. Our concern is whether we possess sufficient predictive knowledge and skill to justify reshaping harvest control rules based on our understanding of climate expectations. The paper identifies Gulf cod and AI cod as candidate stocks for HCR 7 because of concerns about elevated mortality under warm conditions. But the paper doesn't answer several questions that are central to our concerns. What environmental variables would be included? Temperature, cold pool, prey availability, marine heat wave index, all of the above. How accurate are the forecasts? We align ourselves with the Ecosystem Committee and their concerns about forecast skill and mechanistic understanding. And why is harvest control rule modification better than assessment modification? The assessment acknowledges that climate effects could be addressed through assessment parameters, alternative or other methods. The point, and we didn't make this in our written comments, the document repeatedly cites that the Gulf cod decline as a motivating example for considering climate resilient harvest control rules, but it doesn't provide retrospective analysis showing what ABCs would have been set under HCR 7, when those ABCs would have diverged from the status quo, how much biomass would have been preserved, whether the stock trajectory would have changed materially, or whether fishery impacts would have been justified by any biological benefits. The paper states that Gulf cod experienced elevated natural mortality associated with the environmental conditions and identifies Gulf cod as a stock for environmentally linked harvest control rules, but that's different from demonstrating that HCR 7, for example, in particular, would have improved outcomes. It seems inappropriate to conclude that we're ready to include alternative HCRs as a part of a climate resiliency plan when we failed to demonstrate that any of the candidate HCRs would have contributed positively to climate resilience. So if you want an effective communication tool, we suggest that such an exercise, a retrospective on Gulf cod application of a particular HCR and the material improvements that would have provided would be a very effective tool for communicating. FLC believes the appropriate standard should not be whether an alternative harvest control rule is more precautionary, but whether it demonstrably improves management performance relative to the existing system. The current framework already includes precaution through the tier system, existing control rules, and the annual assessment adjustments. We suggest that the SSC's consideration of climate resiliency include explicit consideration of improvements that would be gained for the various assessments through improved data quality. In other words, reducing model uncertainty by increasing the scope and volume of data collections. This would also seem to be a necessary step as a condition of adding further complexity to the basis for harvest specifications. We encourage the SSC to fully consider the data demands associated with any proposed modification to harvest control rules. This could be thoroughly evaluated and clearly communicated as part of a management strategy evaluation in order to weigh costs against measurable benefits compared to the existing framework. I'm getting down to the bottom. Not to leave you thinking that we are just trying to discourage improvements to current methods. I was glad to hear discussion touch on P-STAR from a stakeholder perspective, the F40 approach in combination with risk tables, as Dr. Burns mentioned, leaves many with the impression that there's an excess amount of opaque and unpredictable subjectivity involved. If further development of alternative approaches is going to be done, we encourage you to explore how harvest specifications under the P-STAR approach would compare to those under the existing approach across the various assessment tiers. In closing, we support continued research on climate, ecosystem dynamics, stock structure, and movement behavior. We look forward to the improvements in predictive capability of climate models and the performance of the new COD assessment framework. In the meantime, we strongly advocate for transparency, caution, and clarity in your consideration of climate resiliency measures. So thanks for putting up with my speed talking there. Take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. One of the questions that you brought up is particularly with respect to climate linkages and something like HCR 7 is something that I've been wrestling with as well. Are we better off linking either our harvest control rules or some elements of them to a climate process, or trying to connect that more surgically within our stock assessment frameworks to particular demographic processes, whether it's mortality, recruitment, whatever it might be? You spoke to kind of transparency, and you suggested it might be, if I understood correctly, a bit more transparent to do it within the assessment framework. I'm wondering if you can sort of speak to that a bit more. Does it feel more transparent if that's done within the assessment versus within the harvest control rule? I mean, in some ways it's more complex in some ways.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, I think, what it comes down to is just the discussion continues to be very conceptual, and we just really, I think, would benefit from some real examples. Let's say that, we had HCR 7 in place when, before the COD crash in the Gulf happened, what would have been different? I mean, that seems like a pretty straightforward story that could be told. If it can't be, then why not? But if it can be, and it's a positive outcome, it would be, I think, add a lot of value and to that. At the same time, the story, as obviously the story that of the warm blob and all that stuff, the effect that had on sablefish is quite different. So HCRs are gonna, I mean, climate is going to affect different stocks differently. And so I just, the more examples of that from, the benefits of a few warm years on sablefish, assuming that was what the cause was, and then, the negative effect on Gulf cod. Gulf cod are complicated because there are resident cod and there are migratory cod, and I'm not sure we really understand at this point how much of that decline in biomass was due to those that are genetically predisposed to taking off when conditions are bad, as opposed to those that that doesn't happen for them, and so mortality, reduces biomass. So, yeah, just I think some clarity on a particular stock, maybe across a range of stocks, for, where the same climate conditions were there, so that, and then maybe just, telling that story in as straightforward a cause and effect to the extent that that's possible way, that would just really, I think, help a lot. Hopefully there's a lot of words, but hopefully you got an answer out of there somewhere.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks again for your testimony. That concludes our public testimony section. And we are going to take a lunch break before we go into discussion. So see you back at 1:30. Okay, we're going to come back into session now. Okay, we're picking up where we left off, which is our discussion for E2, climate work plan and harvest control rules. And to kick us off is going to be Martin.
Yeah, sorry, and what's guidelines for public comment on this type of agenda item?
This is not influential scientific information, so we're going to note that we received it, but we do not need to paraphrase it in our minutes or respond to it directly in our
Okay,
minutes.
so we got public comment from Jacqueline Mueller-Bauer, Linda Brenken, and Jim Armstrong, and I would just sort of characterize them generally as somewhat supportive of moving forward with the harvest control rule work, but there was some concerns about taking into account uncertainty, thinking about bias and precision, and they emphasize the need to be sort of to move forward in sort of a deliberative way and to strive for clarity. So we received a presentation from Diana Stram, and Kirsten Holzman was available to respond to questions. The presentation covered an update to the climate change work plan, as well as ongoing planning for our council-supported work to evaluate potential changes to the current harvest control rules for crab and groundfish. The task for this meeting for the council is to establish a set of objectives and goals for the proposed research. The harvest control research is responsive to a December 2024 council motion for a climate work plan. The fourth element of the plan was to review tier systems, consider climate-informed biomass targets and limits, and climate robust or climate-informed harvest control rules. The update to the work plan introduced a tracking spreadsheet organized by each of the four elements of the plan. Projects that support each of the four elements are listed and categorized by status, such as existing, operational, modification to existing, new or undeveloped and completed. The SSC found the tracking spreadsheet useful and looks forward to receiving updates on progress on the projects. Consideration should be given to how research products can be introduced into the council process, whether by workshops, informational presentations, or adding to existing council products such as ESRs and ESPs. Finally, let me know if this is out of line, but the SSC notes that the Go Climb project has produced evaluations of the ecosystem cap in the Gulf of Alaska and is engaged in work to evaluate harvest control rules in partnership with ACLIME and could be added to the tracking spreadsheet. Regarding the discussion paper on the development of alternative harvest control rules, the SSC appreciated the detailed description of existing harvest control rules for crab and groundfish, the discussion of how uncertainty and risk are addressed in the existing framework, and the documentation of risk table use. The current management system on the whole has been robust and highly successful. The discussion paper did identify a number of stocks for which there are concerns with the current management approach. These included stocks with chronic low abundance, such as Bristol Bay Red King crab and Greenland turbot, stocks that have recently experienced mortality events, such as snow crab and Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, and stocks whose long-term dynamics are difficult to accommodate under the current system, such as sablefish, pollock, and Pacific Ocean perch. The SSC sees benefit of having a broader suite of potential harvest control rules that could address the need to be responsive to long-term changes in stock productivity, increase resilience of the management system under potential climate change, and improve the response to shocks to the system. However, given the overall success of the current system, the SSC recommends that any potential changes to harvest control rules be considered on a stock-by-stock basis rather than a wholesale change for all stocks. So I have some comments specifically on harvest control rules. First, I'd note that we've reviewed and commented on the harvest control rule work plan, both at the June 2025 harvest control rule workshop, as well as the February 2026 agenda item on progress on developing harvest control rules. And those recommendations are still germane to the proposed research and are forwarded for consideration. The work plan has previously identified a set of harvest control rules for evaluation, including HCR 1, the status quo, HCR 5 and 10, which reduce fishing mortality at high stock size, to accumulate biomass to potentially reduce the severity and duration of subsequent episodes of low biomass. The HCR 7 allows the fixed points of the harvest control rule to vary as informed by some environmental variable. The shapes of all of these harvest control rules are governed by a choice of one or more parameters that remain to be determined. For example, for HCR 5, the choice of the gamma parameter determines how rapidly the fishing mortality declines above the B40% level. Concerning HCR 5 and 10, the SSC notes that both are similar in shape and intent, and there doesn't seem to be much benefit from analyzing both rather than one or the other. The SSC recommends that these HCRs be combined into a single HCR by using one parameter for the offset from B40% as in HCR 10, and another parameter for the exponential slope of the decline in fishery mortality above the offset as in HCR 5. This parameter setup would generalize HCR 5 and HCR 10, and we allow testing of HCRs that approximate constant catch above the B40% level or some higher level, for example, the catch at B50%. So you'd be able to use that setup to decide on a constant catch level and sort of parameterize the harvest control rule to achieve that approximately. Concerning HCR 7, the SSC notes that this is a very general formulation that allows a high degree of flexibility in the shape of the HCR. It uses three parameters, one each to modify the target fishing mortality rate, the biomass target, and the biomass limit. The methodology for choosing or estimating these parameters is not yet available for SSC review. Unlike HCR 5 and 10, HCR 7 would allow the fishing mortality rate to be both lower and higher than the maximum permissible fishing mortality rate. There may be several options to reduce the parameter space. First, it may be reasonable to fix the parameter that controls the biomass limit of B20%. The B20% limit was implemented as part of the stellar sea lion protection measures, and consequently, there is a relatively high bar for changing its value. A second option would be to consider only reductions from the maximum permissible ABC rather than a control rule that varies both above and below the maximum permissible ABC. This would allow the HCR to be implemented under the current specifications of the FMP. Finally, BMSY and FMSY tend to be inversely correlated, so it may be possible to make the parameters for modifying the target fishing mortality rate a function of the parameter for the biomass target, or the reverse, and thus reduce parameter space further. concerning performance metrics. The SSC was asked to comment on performance metrics and on ways to manage the scope of work given resource limitations. It does seem like recording multiple performance metrics costs nothing to the simulation runs. So it may be helpful to better understand the alternatives, to begin with an extensive list of potential performance metrics such as ecosystem, biological catch, and socioeconomic metrics, with the understanding that the list will be culled for reporting results. If HCR evaluations use multi-model ensembles, performance metrics that are available for all models should be selected, recommending that this will not always be possible. For example, ecosystem models will be the only ones that can produce ecosystem performance metrics. For the purposes of reporting results to the public, the council, and advisory bodies, the SSC recommends that performance metrics be restricted to relatively few metrics carefully selected to characterize critical elements and to highlight trade-offs. I think the Sablefish MSE is a good example of this approach, which only used 6 performance metrics, which included economic value, percent of years above the biomass reference point, average age, average biomass, catch variability, and average catch. There's additional comments also on from the minutes from the February agenda on performance metrics. So just finally on the scope of analysis and next steps, the SSC recommends that work on HCRs proceed for both the GOA and the EBS, since the modeling capacity in the GOA is now available from the GOA Climb project, and researchers involved in that project are a different group than the A-Climb modelers. The CRAB plan team noted some implementation details to be worked out when evaluating HCRs for EBS CRAB, since the federal OFL and ABC is an upper bound to the harvest control rule used by the state for setting the TAC and typically are not limiting. Evaluation of changes to the state's HCR would require involvement of ADF and G personnel that are not now associated with A-Climb. Without discounting the importance of evaluating HCRs for crab, it may be worthwhile to consider whether crab should have its own timeline for HCR evaluation and to focus the current research on groundfish. It may be beneficial to initially focus on HCR1 and HCR 5/10 as sort of the generalized proposed combination of the two, as being relatively straightforward to implement and would involve only a reduction from the maximum permissible ABC. This research would also be roughly parallel to the recently completed MSE for sablefish. And there seems to be additional details to work out when implementing HCR7, hence it may be difficult to make progress at the same rate. And finally, if possible, the SSC would like the opportunity to review the experimental design before the work begins. This would include which models will be used for which species, what forcing scenarios will be used, and how the influence of the environment on stock biology and dynamics will be modeled. If possible, if the timetable allows, the HCR work should have both initial and final analyses to go through both plan team and SSC review. And I have sort of an errata. Maybe I should communicate these later, but the F40% fishing mortality rate is defined as the fishing mortality rate that reduces spawning biomass per recruit to 40% of the unfished biomass per recruit, not just spawning biomass. And that is sort of defined incorrectly in the definitions. And that's my comments.
Excellent. Thanks, Martin. There was one piece I didn't quite catch. You recommended two things to start with. And I think you said HCR 1 or 5 and 1/10, but earlier you talked about combining 5 and 10. So do you mean HCR 7 and HCR 5/10?
Oh, I hope I didn't. I wanted to combine 5 and 10 into sort of a generalized control rule that would allow catch caps to be implemented.
So 5 and 10 would be combined together.
Combined
And then
together.
also 7 would be in the mix for.
No, 1 and
1.
5/10, and then 7 because it's going to be a more difficult lift to put together. And we've already heard some public testimony about some of the potential sort of difficulties that will be encountered doing that I think maybe it's better to sort of have that on a slower timeline.
Thanks for the clarification. Okay, next we have Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Martin, for the thorough overview and summary. And I don't really have a whole lot to add. In general, I think I'd just like to highlight for the council really that we have a really good framework in place for the council to initiate modification of the HCR for selected stocks. There have been a lot of analyses that have been done, and I think we're in a good place to develop some alternative harvest control rules that might meet whatever objectives around or climate related objectives the council might want to develop and I would maybe we can encourage the council to do that. From our perspective, we have the framework in place, and we'd like to move in that direction to at least consider that for one or more stocks to begin with. I think generally we've kind of landed on the 2 harvest control rules, and we commented on that before, the HCR 7 and then HCR 5/10 in addition to status quo. And I would support Martin's idea to combine HCR 5 and 10 into a single generalized formulation for simplicity, so we can reduce that down. I mean, one question in my mind was the extent to which we want to develop all stock-specific HCRs versus more sort of general use HCRs. One consideration might be to consider groups of species with similar life histories for an analysis, but again, there's probably enough species by species variability to do it on a species by species basis, but at least where it's sensible, it might make sense to kind of look at related species together. I'm not sure about Martin's suggestion to consider an HCR 7 rule tied to environmental variability that would only reduce ABC from maximum permissible. I mean, that would imply that environmental variability only reduces productivity relative to the default, I guess, but that it can't increase. And it seems to me that we want, if we account for environmental variability, we want to account for the possibility of productivity either increasing or decreasing, and have that reflected in the analysis. I have a comment on a more specific comment here on the what's called the option 3 under the proposed consideration for drafting HCR alternatives that uses a concept of trigger points. And I've expressed this before, and perhaps I'm a lone voice on that, but I'm actually not a fan of the trigger points to determine, in a given year whether an alternative rule would be triggered or not. In my view, the idea of the trigger points and guarding against potential climate impacts is maybe misguided. I mean, the main idea behind the HCRs is to, either tie the reference points directly to climate variables, so you kind of have a built-in trigger, not really a trigger, but you build it into the rule, or providing a more robust rule to deal with potential climate shocks and surprises, like we saw for peacock or snow crab, that would be hard to, discern ahead of time, and define defining a trigger that would catch those kinds of cases might be challenging. And by the time that it would be triggered, it might be kind of late too. So in my mind, just developing harvest control rules that we would put in place through an amendment if necessary would be preferable if we can identify well-performing, robust harvest control rules. With regards to the performance metrics, I think we've commented on that before. They have a fairly extensive list. I would support the general categories that were discussed in this document as well, and that have been brought forward before. I think for sort of communication purposes, limiting the number of performance metrics to 5 or 6, like in the sablefish example, seems like a good number for simplicity and transparency. Maybe a little easier to interpret, so carefully selecting the most meaningful ones, while maybe keeping track in a table or an appendix of a variety of metrics, as Martin had suggested too. And I'm not sure to what extent the performance metrics that were in the document were meant to be the ones to bring forward, but I just note that on the index that captures stability in age or size structure, I would include an index of not just the mean age or size, but the diversity of age or size structure. And I think that's all I had.
Great, thanks, Franz. Next up is Jen.
Great. I want to thank both Martin and Franz for a good summary of this issue. And I don't have a ton to add to it. I do want to thank the analysts, Diana and Kirsten, for a really clear presentation on both the climate working plan and tracking data ship and the harvest control rules white paper. We didn't spend much time on the tracking spreadsheet, but I do want to reiterate that we found it it's a nice tool that well aggregates many different elements into an easily digestible tracking tool. And I appreciate that the aim for this is to make it into an online searchable table with biennial report outs. I think that's going to make it a very useful document. And there was a request that I heard for feedback on the spreadsheet. But what I missed was any information on how feedback can be provided, how any feedback would be evaluated, or mechanisms or criteria for adding or even removing tools from that tracking spreadsheet. So maybe a little bit more detail there. If we move into the harvest control rule white paper, I really appreciated, I think the SSC really appreciated the detail and clarity at the start of that document on the ways in which harvest control rules currently work. Diana even mentioned it in her testimony that the current process is really complex and not everybody who's not head down in it all the time understands what's currently being done. And so that reference information was really helpful for me in particular, and probably some other folks as well. I missed sort of the, I guess, how do I say this? Part of the rationale for the newly proposed processes do seem to center on the increased use of risk tables when setting TAC and some unexpected results in management that have focused council and our attention on needing to provide more resilient management strategies. So it would be helpful to provide us maybe a little additional empirical data on the increased use of modifications to the TAC from the status quo HCR. Document that we got focuses on the 4 models for new HCR that came from our 2025 workshop. And Martin provided a really nice description of those models, the parameters, and I agree with his recommendation for modifying HCR 5 and 10, the models, how they could be combined. And I also like the idea of making parameters more generalizable. So I'm not going to repeat those recommendations. You've got them in the notes already. We've had a couple of discussions on whether or not to make these species specific or to expand the evaluation of new HCRs to more stocks, with particularly those with different lifestyles and growth patterns, notably crab. But I think, if nothing else, the long discussion on Monday over crab models reaffirms that expanding from our species, data-rich species such as some of the groundfish to the differently managed crab populations is really complex. And as we try and move this forward in a timely fashion, I don't think that continuing to try and develop these rules for both crab and groundfish make the most sense. So I echo Martin in suggesting that moving forward, the focus remains on groundfish and data-rich species. I do think there's a clear need, and it is identified for a strong communications plan. And that communication plan needs to be both publicly facing, but also I think back towards the SSC and other groups that it outlines all the assumptions and data streams that are going into the models, and how the experimental evaluation is going to proceed. I think Martin and Franz both mentioned that we're going to want to evaluate model inputs moving forward. We were specifically requested to provide feedback on selected performance metrics, and we did receive more information on the performance metrics in today's presentation. Somehow that was more digestible for me today than it was in reading on the documents. And while I agree with the general categories, I also do echo Franz's recent comment that careful selection of a few key parameters is going to be really important, as well as, again, clear communication on why those parameters were selected. The only other thing that I don't think has been mentioned yet is we did have a bit of a discussion in the question section with Diana and Kirsten about when and how changes to the TAC based on any of the new HCRs might be allowable under current fishing FMPs or require revision to the FMPs. And I didn't leave that discussion with real clarity on what the answer was. So I think a little bit more information on that, on the intersection between the new HCRs and current FMPs would be useful. And that's all I got.
Thanks, Jen. Next up, Stina.
Yes, thanks to the previous leads recommendations, which I agree with. And thanks to Diane and Kirsten for the presentation and all their work on this issue. I think the most important contribution of this process is that it's forcing us to be explicit about what problems we're trying to solve with the control rule, how to be triggered, and what trade-offs it's going to create for conservation, yield, stability, and accountability. I do think we should be cautious about framing alternative control rules too narrowly around climate indicators alone. I know climate information is super important, but we should not limit ourselves to rules, pardon me, that only respond to environmental conditions when the management's concerns may be about assessment uncertainty, spatial distributional changes, fishery performance, or ABC and TAC instability. The current focus really only addresses that one column of the risk table on the ecosystem column. I think a useful HCR framework would be flexible enough to incorporate climate indicators, but also trends in tax, biomass trajectories, recruitment, and risk table concerns. And also, of course, we didn't have a very good definition of socioeconomic objectives. So we would like a rule that responds to all these different kinds of risks rather than just a single class of covariates like temperature, such as HCR 7 might suggest. I do think HCR 7 is very appealing as it allows us to raise fishing mortality when maybe productivity is changing, but being constrained by the current max ABC and OFL makes that difficult for this motion for groundfish. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think it could have more application for crab since max ABC is essentially OFL. On the other hand, if we had a well-defined mechanism, I think we would that we think would affect OFLs and ABCs, we can incorporate those directly into a stock assessment, avoiding the pitfalls of OFL and FMP type amendments. And just lastly, a minor point, it was brought up. I don't think that using the SSL shape of the curve or HCRs for the base case for explaining these scenarios is helpful since it's a minority of the stocks. That's all. Thanks.
Other comments? Sherry.
Sure, I've got a few. First one is just for some clarity. When using and defining the terms of risk uncertainty, I think it may be helpful for clarity to describe which are accounted for where in the stock assessment, the harvest control rule, the risk table, and tax setting. And that was in the presentation, but perhaps a little bit more, especially because we heard in public testimony that sort of knowing where risk is accounted for would also be helpful. I think that when talking about the risk table, it may be helpful to just outright use the name the definition that we're using in the risk table and what it is accounting for and what it is not, just so that it is there, since obviously the name risk table makes it seem like it should line up, but it doesn't in this case. So just to address that head on. Another one, I recognize that this is so depending on the type of topic that the SSC gets, if we get a stock assessment, we get, there's a section up front that has SSC comments and authors' responses. I found it difficult to figure out sort of what of the SSC's past recommendations have been looked at and not. And then through questioning, it was very clear that things had been looked at that were beyond this paper and in the presentation. And so I'd just like to put a request in there that even though this is an initial reviews, we also in our second initial review, usually the presentation is focused specifically on how did we address the SSC's questions. But in a discussion paper, the SSC doesn't usually get multiple discussion papers, and there's no real method established to have that in a written document, and that may not be the best way to go. But maybe just a request that either in the document or in a presentation, if authors can lay out a little bit more clearly what they considered and what they came up with and did or didn't use, that I think would help. I had mentioned there's a table in there and it talks about drawbacks. It would be helpful just to identify what drawbacks are for what reason and goal. And the question at the end from the authors about iterative feedback, I think that it's my recommendation, and I definitely heard it in Martin's as well, and I think it may align with other SSC members, but you can tell me if that's not correct, that it would be helpful to have iterative feedback on this topic. Completely recognize the scheduling challenges for the SSC. And so I think it would be worth just saying the SSC, yes, the SSC would like to have iterative feedback. And then I would almost suggest that SSC leadership work with council staff to try to figure out the best way to schedule that and to find out what other options are available, like subgroups, working groups, whatever that may be. Because I don't think that's something that we can do here during the meeting. The last one is, I have to say, I do struggle with moving forward with groundfish and not including crab. However, I did not review this in a way that I came up with ways to do that. But I do struggle. I heard from, in February, I heard from, the crab plan team that, they're trying to catch up on risk tables at this point, and it would be helpful to be involved from the get-go. And I see that even in our process, we are doing risk tables all over again. And so doing it in a unified way would be helpful. I also know that we just spent time in the risk tables, talking to the crab plan team that crab really aren't that different. And so I struggle with it. The other thing I was originally actually going to ask Martin, I knew that you said that you were thinking of leaving off, or that because it would require ADF&G participation, possibly not doing it. And I wasn't certain whether, I don't know what the agency would contribute as far as participation, but I wasn't certain that I really understood why, just because it would take participation with ADF&G, that we not do it. However, there were two other people that then said that they also don't think we should do crab. So that may not be a point. If we don't, it'd be good to lay out really clearly why not at this time, because it would be a really hard topic, I think, to pick up and do all over again. It's a really big lift, a big effort through the Inflation Reduction Act. And I don't know when we're going to have the forward motivation to do it all over again. So that's really why I'm struggling more than anything, is once we drop it, I don't know when we're going to come back to it, but it doesn't mean that I have an answer. It would just mean that the crab plan team is lagging behind again, and in something that we've started.
Martin.
Yeah, I just want to circle back on a few issues. I guess what I tried to say was, let's not drop it.
Okay.
And maybe I'll say that explicitly, but that it just goes on its own timetable. And
I see.
and so maybe that's a subtle way of dropping it, but it's
Sneaky.
I mean, and maybe this is less of a concern now than it was historically, but
Maybe.
it was always, at least my thought was, it was always critical to have state sort of participation in that sort of harvest control rule discussion, just because
Yep.
it's
I got
it's designed, maybe it's not perfectly designed, but it's designed in a certain way to give the state flexibility in tax setting, at the same time providing overall federal oversight. And that mix is a tricky one to model. It's a tricky one to make climate responsive. And that's kind of,
I got
that all comes together in crab.
Bob, did you still have a comment? Or sorry, Sherry, did you have a follow-up first?
Well, I did, but then I realized my microphone was on. I was just going to say that I was nodding, and I understand now because a lot of the setting tax actually they've got their own control rules, and we'd have control rules and control rules. So I understand a little bit more of the background now, and having that on a different timetable. If you're going to have, I do understand it's not just ADF&G employees contributing to this. It is really agency participation and jointly coming up with something, and that would be a different timetable, it seems like. Thank you.
Bob?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got 3 comments. The first to build on the last conversation there. I think there is a couple, I agree with pausing, postponing the crab focus of this, and primarily because they are currently not set up in a way that allows it to be a meaningful conversation. We're going to create yet another inappropriate tool that is going to make things more difficult for us in the long run. So, and I know we talked about control rules the other day, but in this context, I think that it would be wise for the SSC to recommend that starting over, not trying to take what's being done now and take the existing buffers and make them into something that fits. We start over and go back to pre-P-STAR conversations and create a baseline harvest control rule that ultimately accounts for what we have done since. And I think that's going to take time. I think all the time that's going to take while groundfish are maturing at this next level, they move down the line, whenever from now and are incorporating climate-based ABCs, then crab maybe is ready at that point. So I'd be hesitant to communicate that I shouldn't have even started by saying stalling or pausing or anything. I think there's work to be done to prepare crab for this. I don't know if that's suggesting that our position from the other day is changing in this context where we are recommending that the plan team, in fact, scrap the idea of trying to make those risk tables, buffers fit, but roll things back even a step before that, if you will. I'd be curious if folks think that's a good idea or not, but I think that is really what's needed for that to be successful. Second topic, it would be, and I think I heard this come up in various contexts from my colleagues regarding the various levels of incorporation of uncertainty and risk everywhere from in the stock assessment through to full HCR development. And we also talked about that at both the ABC and the OFL. So my request would be that the analysts consider and maybe come forward in the future with a recommendation on some criteria we could think of so that it's not just one-off conversations about different stocks as to which one we leave alone, which one ends up with an F&P shift, which one's at the ABC, OFL, but maybe some thought into some criteria as to which might go where. And what situation would you be in where it would be appropriate to change the FMP versus not quite go so far. Lastly, I think we should lend that support to forming a group to better understand council SSC role, but maybe more specifically also highlight that we need to understand the council's intent on where they're willing to see policy versus non-policy decision-making throughout the process from ABC, OFL, and TAC, because I think until we get that answer from them, we're kind of spinning our wheels on where to put some of these tools. So I think I'm just refining your statement, Sherry, on that working group and maybe that's the wrong space to do it, but I think we should ask the council for that guidance. That's it. Thank you.
Franz.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a follow-up. I'm not sure if Martin mentioned that specifically, but I just wanted to note that I and maybe the SSC broadly agrees with the species that were selected for priority that were identified in the document, notably Eastern Bering Sea pollock, goa cod, and sablefish. They've all been, analyzed in a climb context, are all candidates for environmentally linked parameters for an HCR7 type rule, and could all benefit from kind of banking large spawners when abundant under the HCR10 control rule. So I would support, that list of priorities. And if there's appetite for more, we can maybe discuss other species.
Martin.
I could be mistaken, but I thought the list was for both pollock and cod in both the Bering Sea and the, okay, thanks. And then sablefish is already there, I guess. So actually the one that we're deciding not to go forward with would be POP, which pains me a bit, but maybe that's the less of an issue sort of species. Well, that might be low hanging fruit. So, anyway, okay, I'm okay with that list. Can I circle back on another issue? I think Franz raised the issue about HCR7 and whether it would make any sense at all to consider one in which it just entailed reductions from the maximum permissible ABC. And I think I'm sort of persuaded by your argument, believe it or not. That it wouldn't make any sense at all just to consider reductions. But I think Dana also had some ideas about just thinking about more generally about how to set up harvest control rules to address, various stock assessment issues. And that could potentially entail, some kind of, this stock meets this particular criteria for, being a terrible assessment or something like that. And so we're going to put it, we have a pre-agreed sort of harvest control rule that, maybe moves the exploitation rate down a little bit. And so maybe that's a context to think about just reductions. So it wouldn't actually be linked to any particular environmental variable, but it would just be using the flexibility of HCR7 to sort of get where you want to go. Is that kind of what you had in mind, Dana?
Yeah, I was maybe kind of covering two topics at the same time there. Agreeing with Franz that if we're not going to do this under a situation where we can move max ABC or OFL around, then that's not going to be very effective, because the big appeal for that was to go up in higher productivity situations. But yeah, I mean, we could call it HCR7 or something else, but I think there should be room for control rules that can take into other aspects, such as what you say is like when we have major assessment issues like a retrospective bias or other things, to think about maybe semi-quantitatively or having a rule that tells us we're going to reduce by an amount for other issues that we quantify in the risk table, those kind of things.
Franz.
Yeah, just to maybe, I think along those lines, illustrate another use case. And the reason I thought about that is because we saw that in the tanner crab state harvest control rule, where the fishing mortality on male tanner crab, the maximum fishing mortality on male tanner crab is tied to the abundance of females. So there you could take, population dynamics considerations, those kinds of things into account to do a, similarly adjust the harvest control rule.
Kaylin next.
This is a little bit of a switch of topics. So if people want to, okay. So I worry I'm in the category of would benefit from additional communication around this topic, but I wanted to do the best I could to make some comments related to the socioeconomic piece. But if I'm off base, hopefully somebody who can work across the disciplines can chime in here. So I'm a little confused about the statements about boiling things down to just a few indicators. And I guess I'm wrestling with not really understanding what's been modeled so far or what the process is for evaluating the performance of these different harvest control rules versus if there were going to be tools for the public. And I think my concern comes from this place of I feel like a lot of the impetus or some of the impetus is from a socioeconomic perspective. It would be maybe nice to smooth catches, things like that. And so boiling things down to one indicator or not getting a full assessment of what we might expect from different harvest control rules, that worries me a little bit. And I think in general, when we're thinking about social and economic outcomes, often the social is in conflict with the economic. And so I really don't know how a socioeconomic indicator is going to capture that complexity that we so often see related to outcomes in these systems. And so I can see where from a public perspective, fewer is better, but then I also wondered if the SSC, I would think, would be evaluating some of this work more at some point. And so at least from an evaluation perspective, it would be, I think, helpful to see multiple outcomes. And I think I'm still struggling a little bit to think about what would occur. And so the idea of doing some kind of retrospective analysis where the status quo can be really well explained to me, that would be absolutely terrific, where we can kind of replicate what we've seen in the past and then say, here's a counterfactual world and here's what we would have got. And across multiple dimensions that include social and economic and maybe socioeconomic, but that have some of the complexity that I think represents the real world decision-making context. I think that would be really helpful. The other thing, I really appreciated Bob's comment about it would be helpful to disentangle the ABC from the TAC, for example, from what's in a stock assessment. Where does uncertainty get accounted for and where does risk get accounted for? I think I still don't completely understand that. But I was looking at the objectives and one thing that I'm a little confused by, and then I think we could note, and I think this is true regardless of my understanding of the rest of the things, is that I look at Harvest Control Rule 7 and harvest, like the positive and negative effects. And when there's an element of risk tolerance here. And when we go to the literature and we think about risk tolerance, we often treat upside and downside risk very differently. And so I would be expecting that, and I don't know if this is objective. I actually feel like we would want the council to indicate their risk preferences, but that we should be thinking about both their preferences for upside and downside risk. And I think it's really important that that both of those sort of sides of the coin be measured. And again, I'm not really sure if that's an ABC kind of question or if it's a TAC question. But I would note that that's something else that really comes to mind and that I'm not really, I don't know if it's an objective, but it feels like it's foundational to decision-making in this context, and that whether or not it's explicit, it is implicit in a lot of the decision-making that's going on.
Bronze.
Yeah, thanks, Kaylin, for that. I'll just comment on your first comment about the indicators, since I suggested keeping that relatively simple. And I would just note the example, and again, I mean, I'm in favor of tracking a wide variety of indicators in the document somewhere, but for communication purposes, that sablefish example, I think works really well. That uses 6 indicators, and I would note that 4 of those are more socioeconomic indicators and 2 are biological indicators. So I think it captures, catch variability in catch, revenue or value economic value. So it captures, I think, a lot of the things that you would be concerned with capturing. Anyway.
Kaylin.
I keep just my economist hat on. I'm quite pleased, but I think economists have been winning for a while. So I don't know if Sarah wants to chime in too. But I think there are probably, I remember the sablefish in particular, and there were a lot of conversations about and this is before Sarah, so I'll try to field this, but you can chime in. I think there was a lot of conversation around the constituencies that were particularly impacted, and it had to do with size of vessel, which is easy for me to remember, but slinky pots. So the gear that was used as well. And so I don't know. I think on the social side, we could think of what are the communities that tend to be involved more or less when harvest is high or low. What areas, because so sablefish is you take the total TAC and then you divide it into the areas. And so I think that would be another place where I would see social complexity. And that's off the top of my head. And that was 5 years ago or something, listening to that conversation. And I don't know that if maybe Chris is online, he'll always say, shouldn't come from us. But I mean, if analysts could put forward some more of those dimensions, or go to the public through this process to see what people are thinking about, I hesitate a little bit to reduce socioeconomic down to economic indicators.
I got Sherry next.
Sure. Oh, are you leaving? Then I will just write. I'll write mine and do them after.
Martin, go ahead.
Thanks. And I mean, this is the 5 fundamental performance metrics wasn't meant to exclude socioeconomic or even social metrics. I mean, they're critical. I mean, I agree that they're important, but still the idea of getting people to wrap their heads around this kind of analysis is you're just get diminishing returns the more you put in. And so that's the trade-off, and completely supportive of not sort of ignoring the social concerns that are raised by these harvest control rules. I think that's an important element as well. So I don't know, maybe there's some language we both can sort of find, or even just talk about that trade-off between simplicity and maybe sort of distilling some of the complexity of, the social environment around these fisheries as, that's the choice. Maybe you have one radar plot for socioeconomic and then another radar plot for the social concerns or something like that. I mean, it's just, you gotta get it, you gotta distill it, or it's just, you're not gonna be able to communicate it.
Martin, I want to give you one more chance to say anything else you'd like, because I know you do have to leave. So if you have any other comments, go ahead and drop them now.
No, I think that's it. And if this continues, then just, you'll just have to send me the write-up and I'll work it in. But I think I can sort of reflect the discussion we've had pretty well.
Thanks. Sarah.
Yeah, I wasn't here, but I can weigh in a bit just in terms of the complexity around social information, including social information. I do agree with a few things, many things that have been said, one including the retrospective analysis, presenting a counterfactual, and kind of allowing that to also drive some of that communication and understanding of the complexities. These are complex issues, so I think that does take time. I think also highlighting the upside and downside of risk is really important. I think that this can also, these tools, these methods can actually illustrate that really nicely. So it does work in our favor. And I think, oh, I have two more points. One also, in terms of also bringing along crab, I think it was decided that not to necessarily omit, but to allow it to go at its own pace. And I would support that simply because we do have so much momentum already built. And so I would support continuing at its own pace alongside groundfish would be great. And then the final point I had, oof. Sorry, I think I lost it.
Day 3.
Yes, day 3. Oh, iterative. I agree. I think these are really highly complex. And oh, that was what it also was. I don't think we have to think about this necessarily in terms of a particular goal event, but we can start to phase through the work and build out that complexity as needed. We've been talking about HCRs and climate-informed HCRs and alternative HCRs for a while. And as we continue to do that, we are increasing understanding the complexity, understanding of the complexity, and I think that strengthens the process. Although I do acknowledge time and resource constraints.
Sherry, back to you.
Yeah, I think that two topics. So one regarding if we're going to ask the council for guidance on upside and downside risk, and I think it would really help to have some other wording. We're going cross disciplines, and we've tried to communicate. 3 biologists tried to communicate that and explain it to in the council in one question, and also to ourselves in our minutes, and we really struggled. We've used that term. No, but so I think, but if we're gonna, but if we include that into our minutes this time, not only will the council need some help with it, but your co-chairs may as well. And like an example or something like that. So it's just a no.
Kaylin.
You know, I really appreciated Sarah's comment that in some ways these harvest control rules illustrate that. And so I think that generally from a conservation perspective, sorry, I'm going to go back to this harvest control rule 7 thing. So I think generally being more conservative, we're like, well, okay, that's probably a good idea. But then I think if we were saying, oh, it seems like a really productive year, let's go get it all. I've heard people talk about pollock here, and I don't think that there's that same, I think that making a equivalent kind of adjustment in one direction, it's easier for us to say, you all to say, let's set the ABC a little lower. I think to take that step and say, let's set it that same amount higher, I think that I think people think harder about that. One is very conservative and one is not. And so I think it's the difference between, are you conservative? Are you risk loving? I don't know. Maybe Chris can chime in with some thoughts there as well. But I liked Sarah's point that these harvest control rules, looking at them and thinking about applying them and how comfortable you are with them elicits some of that sort of thinking from people potentially.
Sherry.
So this question was actually from a long time ago. Bob, when you were speaking, you mentioned that how's this? I was thinking about one of your earlier points. I missed your last point, and you ended it by saying you're paraphrasing me and something about guidance from the council. And I figured I'd probably better ask what that was. It sounds important enough that do you happen to remember? It was way back.
It was just tacit agreement with everything that you've, said in the last 6 days.
Awesome.
No, give me a sec.
Good enough. Click.
It was in particular, it was related to the agreement for forming a working group. And acknowledging the value of forming the working group, and thinking through what that looks like. You had mentioned the legalities of it and, public process and that kind of thing. What I added was making sure that as part of that process, if that's the appropriate place, that we get the council to communicate where they want to see the focus of risk and uncertainty being addressed in this process. So if it is not just at TAC, if they want to guide policy for ABC harvest control rules, which is what we're talking about here, that would be something that happens and potentially happens in the FMP. That would be them weighing in on that. So really, we're at a stage where we need to educate them on where we think these changes can be made scientifically, but then ultimately get their feedback to us on where they would like to have that ultimate, say at the FMP level. So I think that working group is the space for that iterative back and forth. So it doesn't take us 3 years of talking past each other to get to it, if we can do that with public process.
Thank you.
And I confess, I'm not confused. We were talking at one point about an iterative process to provide feedback from the SSC to the analysts. And now we're talking, I think, about an iterative process to provide feedback from the council to the SSC and also the analysts. So are these two separate processes? Sorry if I'm missing your point.
No, I apologize. And maybe the question is going to go all the way back to Sherry, because I thought you were talking about a working group that also incorporated some council members. If not, then ignore my reference to Sherry's point. At some point, we need to have that conversation with the council. I think that's my independent point here, is that we have to have that conversation with the council, whether it's in a working group or some other way.
I'm actually glad we went back to this. If I mentioned a council member, I did not mean to. I was literally just trying to figure out if the SSC can't put this on our agenda fast enough to get feedback in the speed in which they need. I'm wondering if the co-chairs can work with council staff to figure out an appropriate way in if a subgroup is an appropriate way, or if there is a better way to do that. So nope, for me, it wasn't council at all.
Understood. Yep, my misinterpretation. So two separate topics, Ian. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Jason, did you have some?
Yeah, I guess getting back to the upside downside risk, the reason why this got highlighted is we had back and forth with the council, I think a year or two ago, maybe the first time this came up, and we had back and forth in our minutes too, and we had some examples of Moody's and I guess it'd be good just to make sure that's really clearly defined in the minutes. I was always under the impression that like upside risk was the chance or probability, or stick in whatever distribution word you want in there, that outcomes are better than expected, and the downside would be the kind of the other outcome. But I don't know that we got there in our minutes, and maybe that's not the right way to view it too. So anyways, I just highlight it.
Kaylin, go ahead.
I'm trying to think of other examples where I see it seems like there's more concern if you're moving in one direction or the other. And the other place I think I agree with you, Jason. And one of the other examples where I see people express more or less concern would be with the retrospective bias. I think sometimes you're more concerned if you look back and if you're overestimating the stock, you're not so concerned. But if it looks like you're underestimating the stock, then you're more concerned. And so just some asymmetries. And I would look at that harvest control rule 7 and note that one is you get this, your data suggests that something positive might have happened for your stock in terms of productivity, like a high productivity stock. Like, oh, look I get this one on the left. If you pursue it and if you could have this boom year, but you also, if you're wrong, like, you might really hit the stock in a bad way versus you stick with the one on the right and you're sort of like, well, our data, which is imperfect, suggests it's a bad year. We go on that right-hand side one and say we're wrong. Well, I mean, we're still okay. And so I guess I'll try to think of other examples where I see it in this context, but the retrospective bias is the other one where sometimes it seems like there's a difference.
We have Chris with a question online. Go ahead, Chris. Comment.
Let's call it a comment. So the tool that is used to sort of think about and compare these harvest control rules is management strategy evaluation. And I've worked on a handful of what I call economically sophisticated management strategy evaluations with different grad students for different fisheries. And I think I want to emphasize that it is not trivial to integrate economic or social characteristics into those management strategy evaluations. Even most of the management strategy evaluations that we see don't include a fishing behavior element, right? Most of these, and I can't speak to the ones in this particular analysis, but most of them look at just assume that we are going to set a total allowable catch and that it's going to be caught, right? So what the management strategy evaluation framework does is say that if you want to build just an economic component to that, you have to build a new decision rule for where and how much fishing is going to occur. And we're going to have to build a model of who is going to do that if we're interested in distribution. I think that it's fantastic to do this. And we should be pushing in that direction. But beginning to take these complicated economic and complicated social processes and mechanize them in the way that we do to evaluate harvest control rules is a multi-dissertation undertaking. Because we don't necessarily have those models built. We don't have them parameterized. We may or may not have the data to parameterize them terribly well. Now, I don't want to be arguing that like it's so much work we shouldn't do it. I just want to point out that we're not going to have these metrics for the October meeting.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to take my co-chair hat off for a second and just I wanted to loop back and express my support for a comment that Franz made about trigger points. There's a pretty big literature in the environmental linkage in fisheries analyses that suggest that we are not very good at identifying abrupt shifts when they happen, and that trying to respond to them in a timely manner often doesn't work nearly as well as we think. And so I think that Franz's suggestion that the focus should be on rules that are robust across multiple kinds of changes in multiple states of the environment would be better than trying to identify rules that perform well by chasing change and responding to it. Sherry, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Well, I might. It sounds like we're asking the council guidance on a number of things that are really complicated. And I'm trying to think of how to do this in this process. Asking these questions in an SSC report and then getting an emotion out of it is probably not the place to be able to convey things that are this complicated. And I can't think of a way that we can do it. Either we can get our point across clearly, or the council could possibly summarize it in a short motion. And so I'm wondering whether, I'm not certain how our report would convey this, but I mean, the things that we're talking about are really huge. So I'm not saying they don't need to be brought up, but I do wonder whether, I'm not certain at what step they need to come in. I guess I go back to Bob's comment of at some point, we may need some back and forth with the council. And I'm wondering if maybe, I don't know necessarily how to get that. There are some things that work really well meeting to meeting. There are other ones that you almost need a conversation or something or feedback. Anyway, I'm wondering if that is a category that we can say, we may need some feedback from the council at some point, and then list things that don't necessarily need to be fully explained or understood. I'm just trying to find some way for us to figure out how to encapsulize that we've got a lot of important questions, but yet we're not asking in our minutes at this meeting for an immediate feedback. Just trying to find a vessel to do this. So I guess I'll go back. I think it was originally you had mentioned, Kaylin, you had mentioned asking for council guidance on, I think it was the upside downside risk is what started all this. But I think that there were other things that came up in the meantime. And I'm just trying to think of how to do it in this process.
Kaylin.
Well, I let off saying I might need communication on this issue. So I think I'm not getting all the pieces. But before I think I was highlighting risk tolerance because I was struggling with even the term objective. But I think before that, I actually said I really seconded Bob's point that I think it would be helpful for the council, analysts, someone other than us to take a shot at really clarifying uncertainty and risk and where those should be accounted for in the process in totality. And I think that actually would be a really useful first step. And then I think the comment that I had about risk was really a specific comment about risk, not like risk table risks. And then just wondering if the word objective really encompassed all the types of information that sort of needed to be elicited to kind of move forward. So, yeah.
So just to try and wrap that point up, I was going to say, okay, I think we clearly recognized the need for further council input and guidance. And I think what we're talking about is what's the best way to get there, and do we need to be prescriptive at this point? And perhaps it's enough, I think, as Sherry mentioned, to note that this input would be valuable, note a couple of these components, the delineation of uncertainty and risk, policy versus non-policy changes, guidance on risk tolerance, and perhaps just note that we expect that this back and forth will continue as this process unfolds, and be not prescriptive about it at this point. Is that mutually agreeable? Okay.
Great.
Okay, well then this will be last call for comments on this item. Seeing none, I'll try to keep this summary pretty brief, but we did have discussion on a few of these items, so please correct me if I don't have them captured quite right. We are going to thank the presenters for their presentation and note that we received public comment, both written and oral. We don't have much to say on the climate work plan, other than that we found the tracking spreadsheet useful, and we look forward to learning how these products can be integrated into the council process more fully. We're going to note that there could be information added on the evaluation of ecosystem caps to the spreadsheet. And we're going to have a general question about how to provide and evaluate feedback, or how the analysts plan to provide and evaluate feedback on the spreadsheet tool. With regard to harvest control rules, we appreciated the detail and the description of the status quo harvest control rule and process, and we'll probably highlight that for further communication efforts. We definitely see the benefit of having a broader suite of harvest control rules to increase resilience and improve response to shocks to the system. We're going to highlight that we have a good process in place already, or a good process in place to develop alternative harvest control rules around specific objectives developed by the council. We're going to broadly agree that the species proposed, both Bering Sea and Goa, pollock, peacock, arrowtooth, and sablefish, are a good place to start. We're going to recommend that analysts should consider rules that include more than just environmental change, for example, one column of the current risk table, and also include other things like assessment issues, trends in tax, socioeconomic objectives, et cetera. We're also going to note that particularly strong covariates, as they're identified in this process, could actually be incorporated directly into assessments. We are going to recommend in the general development of harvest control rules that they avoid applying the 20% cutoff everywhere, because that only applies to a few stocks, a couple stocks. We're going to recommend moving forward that potential changes be considered on a stock-by-stock basis, given the success of the overall system to date. But we will suggest that the analysts consider whether groups of species might make sense for analysis. We're going to ask for some more summary on the frequency and breadth of current use of risk tables. We will note our previous comments from June 2025 and February 2026 and pick up on some of these, I'm sure, in our current minutes. With regard to specific harvest control rules, we will recommend combining harvest control rules 5 and 7 into a more generalized formulation. We'll note that HCR 7 is very general and allows both higher and lower fishing rates, suggest fixing the parameters for B40 and B20 to make things more simple, and consideration of whether BMSY and FMSY could be parameterized as a function of one or the other to further simplify. We will note, yeah, we've already got that. Let's see. Okay, so with regard to performance metrics, we'll note that producing performance metrics is low cost, and so having a large suite in the analysis and then culling them later makes sense. Selecting metrics where they are available for all models, where possible, is desirable. For communication purposes, however, we're going to recommend a small set of metrics be presented specifically to highlight trade-offs. Using sablefish as an example of where this was done, noting that a larger set could go into the appendices. For stability and age or size structure, we're going to recommend that diversity, in addition to change in the average, be reported. We will note that we've had previous comments from February on performance metrics. We will note, and there's some more comments on performance metrics, but I'm not to them yet. We will note, with regard to crab, we'll note the challenges that are unique to crab, particularly that evaluation of the state's harvest control rule would require state involvement without just creating additional complexity, control rules, et cetera, on top of existing ones. We will I think we settled on suggesting that crab is going to have its own timeline and that the beginning focus should be on groundfish, but that we would highlight that we do think crab are important and shouldn't be lost in the larger plan, and suggest that it might be useful to go back and consider creating a baseline harvest control rule for crab to begin the process that would be a more similar starting place to what we see for groundfish. In general, we're going to support phasing in all of this work and building out complexity as we go, supporting both work in the Goa and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. I may have mentioned this, we're going to recommend focusing first on Harvest Control Rules 1 and 5 and 10 together, with Harvest Control Rule 7 be considered later in the process. We would like to see more detailed experimental design before the work begins, including models by species, forcing functions, and stock dynamics that are going to be used in these simulations. We recognize that the harvest control rule work should have both initial and final analyses go through both plan team and SSC review. There was a minor clarification about the F40% F rate being defined as the rate reducing spawning biomass on a per recruit basis. We had a comment on trigger points around using caution on applying harvest control rules in response to environmental change, and that it may be more desirable to find a rule that's robust across different levels of the environment and different types of change. We're going to carefully note that the SSC would recognizes the need for further council input and guidance on things like risk tolerance, the delineation of uncertainty and risk, and policy versus non-policy changes, and that this is probably going to unfold as the process moves forward iteratively. We had a discussion, and we're going to note that fully integrating socioeconomic processes is quite challenging in an MSE framework, and that fishery dynamics themselves would have to be built in, and at least recognizing, and although this is desirable, at least recognizing that for now a full suite of indicators representing socioeconomics is probably not going to be available in the near future. But we had some discussion that socioeconomic evaluation may require multiple indicators, and also trading that off with the need to keep the set small. There was a suggestion that some public input could potentially help in reducing economic indicators to keep them within that smaller subset. We're going to continue to support a strong communications plan, and that would include describing which components of uncertainty and risk are accounted for in each part of the process as we currently have it, and perhaps more description of the current risk table with a definition of what's being done there. We had a discussion, I think we suggested consideration of a recommendation for potential criteria for the application of risk tables, which is sort of a side topic, but I think that came up. We had a discussion about the need for iterative feedback to the analysts from the SSC and potentially the plan team. And I think where we landed was to suggest that SSC leadership and council staff work toward finding a way to make this happen without being prescriptive about a subgroup or specifically which meetings we might try to make that happen in. We also asked for a little bit more clarity in the next round on responses to previous SSC recommendations, just to make it more clear where they were being responded to and how. And we also asked for a bit more clarity in the description of benefits and drawbacks about what what goals the drawbacks were framed around. And I'm sorry, that was a little bit jumbled, but I hope I caught the main points. Sherry.
At the very beginning, you mentioned, I think you mentioned combining harvest controls 5 and 7. My recollection from the discussion was 5 and 10. I just wanted to see.
Yes, sorry, if I said 7, I meant 5 and 10. I had
Awesome.
5 and 10 in my notes.
Thank you.
Any other clarifications? Okay, I think we finished this one. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:20. We have one item left. We will get out of here by the end of the day, I promise. Okay, back at 3:20. Okay, we're going to come back into session. Here we go. Last item of the day. We're now taking up C5 GOA 2025 trawl survey analysis. As background, we requested to see more analysis on this topic last year, and this is the response to that. We heard some via the Pacific Cod assessment in February, but this is a more comprehensive response. This is our opportunity to provide feedback on guidance to assessment authors on how they should or shouldn't use these data going into this year's process. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Sarah. Take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC. For the record, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Dr. Stewart, you just provided most of my introduction, so I'm going to be very brief here. We have Dr. Pete Holson online to present the information that's included in the paper that's attached to your e-agenda. The agenda item really provides an opportunity for discussion of the survey design and results from that survey across stocks at this meeting, rather than trying to go through the survey results of each of those individual stocks in the fall. So hopefully that will help with some efficiency during our harvest specification cycle. But you will, of course, receive the evaluation of the assessment results at that time. And the SSC may provide feedback or your recommendations on this topic just as you see fit. So I will turn it over to Dr. Holson.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Welcome, Pete.
Awesome. Thanks, Ian. Dr. Stewart, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I'm Pete Holson. I want to start out presenting this by really emphasizing how much of a group effort it was to get this work together for you for the presentation today. This was a collaboration between the survey group at the center within the race division. Ned, Zach, Sean, Megzi, and Stan were really instrumental in working on these evaluations and analyses through the spring. And then I came in with Melissa and Chris from the assessment side of things to help out where we could. But they are all out on the survey now, working hard to get us some more data for this fall. So I drew the short straw and am here in front of you to talk about this today. Let's see here. Okay, perfect. So bottom line up front, we are here today to talk about the redesign that occurred for the Gulf of Alaska Bottom Trawl Survey that was implemented in 2025. We got some interesting results back from it, and there was a lot of discussion at the assessment, survey, plan team, SSC, all the way up levels of how much of an impact, or was there an impact of the redesign on these results, and could we understand a little bit better of why these results happened. So that's why we're here, and that's why we did this analysis that I'm going to present to you today. But as a bit of background, I just wanted to remind you that over the years, both the plan team, the SSC has reviewed several presentations that were leading up to this implementation of the new design. There's a title slide there kind of shown as an example, but also that this design itself has been pretty extensively simulation tested. It's been published. There's a couple of examples down there on the bottom right. We've got a tech memo. We've got a journal article. And then also there was a working group workshop on survey design reductions, in which this particular design was presented. So in terms of how this design was created, there were two aspects of it. First was there was a genetic algorithm used to understand how we should redo the spatial strata. So there's kind of two aspects. One was space, and then the other was, in order to come up with that and then to allocate the stations within these strata, there was an optimal allocation algorithm that used a representative set of rockfishes, flatfishes, and gattids that are shown in the table of the document to help to optimize both the accuracy and precision of the indices as done in the simulation to distribute our survey stations across space within the new strata. What this resulted in was a reduction in the number of strata that we have in the Gulf of Alaska. So we originally had, starting back in 1984 all the way up to the 2023 survey, we had 59 strata, and that map is shown down here on the bottom left. I tend to like to see things visually, so provided these maps for you. But then the simulation and the redesign resulted in 28 strata that helped to optimize that precision and accuracy among these stocks. And there's a couple things that came out of it. One was that you get at least 4 stations per strata. So this is somewhat of a nuance in the old design, in that there were some strata in which you would only get 1 survey station. And any statistical people amongst us would know that you'd have a hard time estimating variance when that happens. The other is that the new stratum align with our sub areas within the Gulf of Alaska. There was some overlap in, if you kind of look, for example, down in the bottom left map there's that strata that overlaps from the Western Gulf into the Central Gulf. So there were some subtleties there on how we had to go back and compute the design-based estimate for our indices at the sub-region scale. That's been overcome with the way that these strata are done now, where they align with these boundaries so that we come up with indices that are kind of more properly computed for that region. When performing the simulation analysis, what ultimately came out here's just kind of a set that I provided as an example in that figure over on the right-hand side there. For some of our more higher, tier 3, more abundant stocks, resulted in unbiased results for the new redesign, maintain what precision and representative set of stocks from the survey indices. And it also, one of the important aspects of it was that it's a flexible design that can adapt to changes perhaps in our effort, or as species, as their distributions change due to environmental impacts into the future. But as we kind of know, when you do a simulation study, that's great. You can learn a lot from it. You can design a really good survey, which I think we have here. But then when it's confronted with reality of going out and sampling stations and seeing what happens, sometimes we can get surprising results when we do that. And as I mentioned in the very first slide, there were some current concerns that came up when we started seeing the results of the 2025 trawl survey coming back online. And we've categorized these into 3 different topics, both in the document and in this presentation. The first is whether this design produces results that are consistent with our historical survey results. In other words, do we have indices that continue in magnitude and trend as to what we've seen before? Second, it was observed that we saw some interesting correlations amongst and between gills. So for example, between flatfish and rockfish. And so we've dug into that a little bit more to provide you with some results of that. And then finally, this year that we had the fewest number of stations in the time series. So really questions in regard to how did that impact some of the results from this year's survey. So we'll dig into that now. So first, with the historical consistency, there's going to be a couple of slides here that I showed you in February when we talked about the cod assessment. So they're basically exactly the same, but I'm going to try to explain it again just to kind of refresh all of our minds on this. So really the kind of question boils down to, if we're using the real data rather than outside of a simulation, what happens if we use this historical data and we would have followed the new design in the survey and followed the new strata? And so first off, this isn't as simple as just putting the old stations within the new strata and computing design-based estimates. And that's because of the way that they were originally allocated to the strata that were there historically. So what that means is that you need to re-rate these stations upon this post-stratification within the new survey strata, so that when you were in a strata with more stations as compared to a strata with less, and they're combined into the new strata, that strata with a lot of stations wouldn't overwhelm the results of the strata with fewer. So you reweight those based on the new strata under post stratification. So that's kind of what we're saying here, is that you have to reweight these, and you can think of this weight as being the inverse of the selection probability. So you have some probability of a quadrat or a location for a survey station to be selected out of the n number of stations that you're going to perform within that strata. The overall point, without getting into too deeply into the statistical issues with this, is that you have to account for this new selection probability when you're calculating the post-stratified survey indices. And so how we did that was we used a package called survey, and we used a couple of functions within the steps of the analysis. So the first step was to reclassify the historical stations within the new 2025 strata. Then you computed the selection probabilities and reweighted those station observations. And then finally, you compute the design-based index. So back in February, I showed you the results for PCOD. What we also have shown here in this. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Pete. I think we have a question maybe on the last slide.
Sure.
Hey, Pete, this is Sherry. Actually, my question is an informational question, and wondering if you can remind me. It's actually about the old design. So I know that in some years, how's this? I believe that I remember in some years the deep strata were not sampled. And if that was the case, if I'm correct on that, how did the agency estimate abundance? Did you estimate abundance, or did the agency estimate abundance over the entire survey area? Or was it only over the existing survey area? And the reason that I'm asking for that is obviously when you post stratify, that'll make a difference.
Yeah, so what we did historically was that you didn't, if a strata wasn't sampled, you didn't compute a design-based index. So for those years where 700 to 1,000 or 500 to 700 wasn't sampled, you didn't have an abundance index for that depth strata or for those strata. So, and the same would be true when you historically reclassified them. So if they weren't there, they weren't also included into the new strata as we did the post stratification with the historical data. Does that make? So they weren't extrapolated in any way between years or anything like that to come up with the number for those depth strata.
Yep, that totally makes sense. So I guess another question about historically, so then does that mean that the survey estimates that we would see, and you compare it over time, those estimates really weren't, were those estimates comparable? In other words, were they made over the same survey area historically, or were the estimates just over the area that was surveyed?
Oh, that's a good question. So, well, I'm going to answer the question. Yes, kind of both. So the survey area under the new design includes the entire survey area that has been there. The new strata encompass them in a slightly different way than the old strata. When you look at the time series, for example, let me think of what, like of short raker or something, short spine thorny head or something that occurs just a little bit deeper, because for 95% of our stocks, omitting the 500 to 7 and 7 to 1,000 survey strata really did not do anything to the index. Those are a couple that did, and we kind of take it especially for short spine thorny head, we take that into account with the random effects model. But where am I going with this? So it doesn't affect the indices as much, but in the re-estimation with the post-stratification, if those depth strata were included, I guess I'm going to repeat myself real quick, but if those depth strata were included, then they were also recalculated under the new design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, the other species it affects was grenadier. I played around with that index years ago. It wasn't that much fun though. So anyway, we have done this for all tier 3, 4, and 5 stocks. The reason that I really kind of include 4 here is that stock that is in the other rockfish complex that is included in here. And so these are provided for you in the Shiny app. There are also plans in the mix to have all this into a tech memo so that in the future we can go back and be able to look at all these, have a resource there for all these figures once this Shiny app kind of will eventually go away. But what you're provided there are the 2 indices for biomass, and for numbers here I've shown an example for polyp. And then you're also shown the biomass indices by subregion. So you can kind of get a grasp on like how well did these 2 time series compare. And so what the plot that I'm showing here is basically you've got the historical estimates along the x-axis and the post-stratified estimates along the y-axis. And the idea being is if they agree well, they would fall along that 1-to-1 line, which is the dashed line. And then the different colors are the different stocks. And then you have the 95% confidence intervals going horizontal for the historical or vertical for the post-stratified. And in general, these results are consistent with the historical time series, both in magnitude and in trend. And that was really what we were looking at from this exercise, was to see, okay, are these agreeing, or are we talking about a completely different time series? Something to point out is that, you see those tier 3 results, those are really, they fall along that 1-to-1 line really nicely, which should be expected. That's why those stocks are tier 3, is that they have more information in them. Tier 5, we have less information. They're more variable, so they're going to bounce around that line a little bit. Particularly, like, for example, some of those points you see up on the top there for spawning dogfish, and that's in those years where you get those really big hauls and are highly variable. Something else to note is that none of these results have 95% confidence intervals that fall outside of each other. Or another way of saying that is that the 95% confidence intervals all contain that 1-to-1 line. So the 2 estimates aren't statistically significantly different from one another. Another thing that had been asked, if I remember from February, was also to look at the compositional data. And so I didn't have time to get that into the document before we submitted it, but in the last week, I was curious about this myself and wanted to look at how that might have affected. And so what I've shown here are for the tier 3 stocks for the length composition data. We don't have the ages yet from the 2025 survey for our stocks. And so what's plotted here is the mean length and then the 95% confidence intervals around that. And really what you see here is that we don't see drastic changes in what the mean length was. We're not seeing different fish than we saw before in terms of the age or size demographic. And they're continuing trends that we've been observing over the last few years. Okay, so now I'm going to kind of shift gears just a little bit, go outside of the index estimation and start talking about like the spatial extent and the habitat that we were sampling in the survey as compared to previous years. So the first one we'll talk about is the rockiness. This was a concern that was brought up that in this year we didn't sample as many rocky areas as we had in years past. So there's 2 things here to look at. The first is that table that's shown up there on the top left, and that is the number of nets that were torn as we were dragging them around. And so that's kind of a proxy for how rocky the bottom was. The more nets you tore up, the more rocky the bottom you tended to be on. And what you see is that while in 2025 they were less, they were still in the ballpark of like when 2019 was, and not any drastically different as compared to the two different boats. Down on the bottom right, what we have here is the cumulative distribution of stations across these different degrees of rockiness that's across the x-axis. So essentially the idea being is that as you progress from the left to the right, that point there tells you the proportion of the survey halls up to that point that were from that rockiness or less. So if you look at like a rockiness of 0.5 in the year 2025, about 55% of the halls up to that point were of a rockiness of 0.5 or less. The idea being here really is we're trying to look at how does this year compare to others, and what we found was that it was fairly consistent with 2023, a little bit different than 17, 19, 21, but within the historical range. There's also some gray lines down in there from like the 90s. I think we identified those in the document. They were also consistent with this year. So there wasn't, in terms of the amount of rocky habitat that was encountered by the survey gear in 2025, proportionally speaking, it wasn't any different than what we had done before. And so next I'll talk about the depths that were sampled in 2025 as compared to the time series. So on that top right plot there, that's a box plot of all this, the depths of all the stations that were sampled. And you can see that 2025 kind of lines right in with all the other years. And then down in that bottom left plot right there, this is the percentage of allocation of stations within those certain depth strata. And you can see essentially from that, what you can see is that they're at least consistent within the ballpark of all the other years. So for example, you had a slight uptick in 300 to 500 and a slight down in 1 to 100, but then up again for 100 to 200. So it kind of tracks with what we've done before, at least in terms of the proportional allocations of stations across those depth bins. Okay, and then this one kind of puts it all together. So you have each of these panels is the years, and you have going from left to right, you have this rockiness bin. So the left being less rocky up to the right, all the way to the right being more rocky. And then you have that from top to bottom going down the depth strata. So by, so 100 and then 200 and so on and so forth. And then the colors represent the number of halls that were within each of those depth and rockiness bins. So the darker the shade, the more the halls were in there. So in terms of the proportion of stations from the total that were distributed across the rockiness and depth bins, those are consistent. Although because there were less stations this year overall in any given depth or rockiness bin, there were less stations than there were in years prior. But the point being is that for highly rocky areas, mid rocky areas, or depths, they were at least proportionally consistent with what we had been doing before. Okay, now we'll talk a little bit about the guild level correlations that were noticed within last year's results. So what I've shown here, and I'm going to kind of step through these results with this same slide. So as I click through it, you'll be seeing kind of the same thing. I'm just going to highlight different areas of this. So the top matrix, what you have there is the correlation among our stocks from up to 2023. And then the bottom matrix there is the correlations after you added 2025. So the blue shades are stocks that are really well correlated with each other. So meaning that as one increases, the other tends to increase as well. All the way down to the red shades, which means that as one goes up, one goes down. So they would be negative correlated to each other. So overall, one thing to kind of note from this one is that when you added 2025, it didn't serve to significantly change the correlation that had already been observed previously in the time series. We're starting to talk about guilds a little bit more. So here I've this box that I've kind of highlighted is for the flatfish. So in general, what I was kind of looking at was that we do have some flatfish stocks that are highly correlated with each other and have been across the time series. There's of course always the oddballs that don't like to go with their flatfish brethren and sisterin. And then you have the gattids right here, polycod. They tend to track pretty well with each other as well. And then the rockfish down in the bottom right. We've always kind of been suspicious of thorny heads and short rakers just because they don't follow the rest of the rockfish trends, but they're still okay, and we'll still keep assessing them. But overall, the kind of big three, POP Duskies and Northerns, have always been pretty consistent with each other. But then looking at flatfish versus rockfish, you do tend to see this like up-down trend with those, with some exceptions in there. But I would suggest in general, you know, with the bigger stocks, like for example, or more abundant stocks, for example, like POP and Arrowtooth, we've always kind of seen this negative correlation between those two.
We have a question here.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Pete. I appreciate seeing the correlations. I guess I struggle a little bit with the addition of a single year and the interpretation that the correlation structure didn't differ. Did you guys have any conversations about how large a divergence from kind of the existing correlation structure there need to be for those to actually look different?
Yeah, so interesting comment. We did talk about that, and I was curious about that myself because you can't really do a correlation with 1 year against the time series, right? But we didn't, in terms of like coming to a conclusion of like, okay, it needs to be like 0.1 different for it to really drag it apart. I think really what we were looking for is, did any of these trends like change direction? Or did we come up with something that was really different than what we had before, which could indicate that 2025 was really influential in some unexpected way?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, give it a second. All right, so then another way of looking at this is to look at this from a time series perspective. So in the top plot there, and this really is just boiling down to this rockfish versus flatfish question. So in the top right plot there, we have the percent difference for the rockfish and flatfish stocks from the previous survey. So each one of these is just taking the percent difference, for example, 2025 compared to 2023, then 2023 compared to 2021, and so on. And then the bottom right is the percent difference from the survey mean. So looking at this from the whole time series, what was percent difference for that specific year? And then looking at, okay, did 2025 really stand out as one that was much different than the others? And ultimately, what you can see is that 2025 was at least within the range of the results. And you can see, like, for example, 2007 in the top right plot, there was also this result where the flatfish went up and rockfish went down. Same thing with 2009, though not as significant. So ultimately, like, the point being is that 2025 didn't stand out as being drastically different than any of the other years for both the previous survey statistic, but also just compared to the survey mean. And we've actually, like, we've seen, you know, more significant changes in both of these than in 2025 in years past. Okay, switching gears again. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the reduction in the number of stations that we had in 2025. So the number of stations per day were reduced from 4.5 to 4. And there was a couple of reasons for this. One, to mitigate injury, but also it's to bring it in line and make it consistent with the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands trawl surveys. So what that resulted in was 107 days fish with 431 stations being sampled, which, as I've highlighted here in this plot, was actually the lowest in the time series, including 2001, when we didn't sample the entire Eastern Gulf. So to dig in on what the effect could have in terms of continuing to reduce stations, or just what the station reduction effect could have been, we did a simulation analysis for this. And so the idea here being that let's take the historical data and we're going to reduce it to a certain number of hauls each year across the range, and we're going to see what the effects are in that reduction on our indices. And so first what you do is you compute the proportion of stations that were done historically. And so the idea there being is that you're accounting for how the either Naaman or the new allocation happened in that certain year and distributed those stations across strata. Then with a set number of stations, you would then distribute them out proportionally similar to how they were distributed. And then within that strata, you would then, with that subset of stations, select without replacement from the historical stations that occurred in that strata. Then you just compute the design-based index, and then you repeat the whole process over. So we looked at 200 to 500 stations by 50, so 253, and so on, to see what the effects are across that range. And the statistics that we looked at was the percent difference from the original value. So the idea here is that you had that original estimate with a full set of stations, then you would do essentially the bootstrap with a reduced number of stations. You would compute the design-based index, then you would compute the percent difference from that historical index, and then repeat that over the 1,000 iterations of the bootstrap. We also looked at what the CV in that resulting biomass estimate was. So kind of keep track of, you compute the index with the reduced number of stations, then you would also compute the variance, and then you compute the CV, the coefficient of variation, and then keep track of that. And so looked at all the tier 3, 4, 5 stocks, and then grouped together the flatfish gadded and rockfish gills to kind of look at this in a more generalized setting, with this idea of thinking about gild level patterns or correlations or those sorts of results. Okay, so what is shown here is first going by top to bottom along the rows. The panels are the number of stations that were subsetted to, so 500 all the way down to 200. Then across the columns, you have your flatfish, gadded, and rockfish gills. And then what's plotted is the density of the percent difference from the original value. So for each one of these plots, you'll have a dashed black vertical line that's at 0, meaning that that's in perfect harmony with the original estimate. And then is also shown a vertical green line that shows the median of the distribution. So overall, what you kind of, as you digest these results, what you can see is that you have more variability in the percent difference among the indices, from rockfish going to gaddas going to flatfish. I know I said that different, the opposite of the bullet point there, but the idea here is that there's more of a spread in those percent differences for rockfish as compared to gadded as compared to flatfish. And one of the interesting ones that came out of this is that rockfish tended to have this skewed, negatively skewed distribution in percent difference, meaning that you're likely to get as you reduce the number of stations, you're likely to get a a negative change, so a downward change in the index. And then once you hit anywhere between 400 to 350 stations, you started to see this negative bias emerging in the rockfish estimates in terms of like you saw this move towards a negative percent difference, meaning that across these simulations, the index itself was smaller than the historical index. And then that also started to emerge, though definitely not as drastically for flatfish and gadids, around 250 to 300 stations.
We have a question here. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. I just had a quick question. Did you and the other members of the team discuss at all whether or not, I think all these results are from the existing stratification scheme that was in place in each year, and whether or not this type of resampling exercise should be combined with the post-stratification approach that was used in the previous example to give us a clear understanding of potential bias and uncertainty under the new stratification scheme, given the data?
That's an interesting question. So this was following the design as it was in that year. So yeah, an extra layer to this analysis could be to do the post stratification again. And yeah, and I mean, it would be easy enough to do that, but yes, you could do that. No, we did not. This is just following what the design was in that specific year.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
And one other question on this topic. I had a question. So the original, you're comparing back to the original biomass estimate, but that is actually a draw from a distribution of potential estimates. And so what I'm wondering is, would it have made sense to actually compare this to the central tendency of a resampled distribution from the original data rather than just the point estimate?
I mean, you could do that, but my intuition is that the original estimate would be the central tendency. So you'd be essentially doing the same thing.
Okay, thanks.
But overall, I think regardless of using the original stratification, using the original allocation, or doing it post-stratified, I believe you're going to see about very similar results to this, and that there will, as you reduce, the post-stratification isn't going to fix this negative bias in the rockfish that you see. Essentially, the idea being is that you're still covering the same amount of space. I think the reason that you get the results like this for the rockfish is that as you reduce these stations, you start increasingly missing those big hauls that really drive the biomass estimate. So as you increasingly miss big haul after big haul after big haul, you start driving that index down. Okay. And then this is kind of the no duh result, but like as you decrease the number of stations, the CV and the biomass estimates increase. The reason I'm showing this is that there doesn't really seem to be any like point at which we can say, okay, yeah, at this level, there seems to be some indication that below this number of stations, we may not like the CV or something like that. Okay, so now we're going to kind of step into the discussion section for this presentation. So big question up front, was there, or did we see any results that implied that the redesign itself had an unwanted or unwarranted impact on our results? And the answer being no. The results from 2025, at least looking through the lens of the post-stratify analysis, are that they're within the range and they continue with historical trends. We also found that these guild level correlations, like we've seen these before. While it came out odd, and it always does when you have such seemingly consistent results, they're not outside of the bounds of what we've seen historically. In terms of the habitat that we sampled in the survey, they were at least proportionally similar to what we've done in the past, both in the depths that were sampled and in the rockiness. And so therefore the redesign itself doesn't impose any unwanted biases. And I think that if you kind of take a step back from just the statistics and the math and all that stuff that is fun to get wrapped up in, is really at the end of the day, we are still sampling the same spatial region and we're sampling the same strata and depths. We're just distributing those survey stations a bit differently in terms of how we're allocating across those reduced number of strata, but it's still in the same area. So in terms of the survey reduced effort, this one, I would say that the conclusion is that it's unlikely that the reduction caused a big effect on our results. The simulation that we did suggests that anywhere from 400 to 450, all the results were unbiased for the different rockfish, flatfish, gatted groups. And although the variability in the estimates increased as the stations were reduced, both in the point estimates and in any given point estimate, you increase the uncertainty, and that's kind of just standard statistics. As you reduce your number of samples, the variance and variability increases. So it's really hard in this particular year, I guess, in really any year, to disentangle that effect of the survey effort reduction with just the natural sampling variability that occurs within a survey, especially in sampling for fish. So in the long term, this redesign is expected to increase our precision. And at least from an assessment author's perspective, when I walked into this, I was a little skeptical as to like what these results would look like as compared to historical. And so it was, I guess, reassuring to see that they at least were in the same magnitude and trend, and that we weren't necessarily talking about like a completely different index, which is something that we can account for in the models, but I don't think at this point we really need to have that conversation. But at the end of the day, we can't really decouple any improvement that the redesign may make because we had that station reduction at the same time that increases variability. So it's really kind of juggling those two factors is the situation we find ourselves in, but it's hard to really say, okay, this caused this and this caused the other. So take home message is that, as you all well know, like there is no survey design that we could possibly come up with that will completely overcome the variability in our surveys. And when we get these results, we will likely expect to see variable results as time goes on, even given the redesign. And I don't think that I think that the standard would be pretty high to expect that any redesign of the survey is going to completely dampen the variability or uncertainty that we see for some of our stocks. And all in all, this design remains statistically consistent. It's within our historical range, and it continues our time series and is theoretically unbiased. I believe that is it. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to go back through the slides on anything and present this for you for discussion.
Excellent. Thanks for walking us through that. I have one question from Sherry.
Hi, Pete. This analysis, I think it was well done and it answered a lot of my questions. And for a great majority of species, I didn't have further questions. I am still struggling to understand the methodology. I am thinking about really deep species. And so one of them that I can think of was Dover sole. And for those, I'm trying to understand, in order to understand the post-stratification analysis, as well as whether the survey design is consistent or not, I think I need to understand just a little bit better about the historical survey. And it's because in years where the really deep areas were not sampled. I'm still having trouble understanding, and I just wasn't able to figure it out from the write-up exactly how the resampling occurred. And I was trying on the fly to figure out the depth of the new strata compared to the old to come up with an example of like what I mean. But when I look at all of the diagnostics, and it was great having the Shiny app that you could actually go through. Everything looked great for Dover Sole. It looks quite close. That's actually not quite what I would expect if the historical design, if the survey estimates just didn't include the deep strata, because if those strata were areas where Dover Sole was abundant, you would expect that dropping that lower strata out of your estimate would actually make a difference. It also would make it not design unbiased any longer because you're dealing with different areas, and then it's not consistent either. But it's all just because it's in the historical context of the difficulty of using time and money with that stratification. It's part of why you moved to the new stratification. So the only reason I'm asking is mostly just to understand, in a survey time series, say, how would this impact species like Dover Sole? I will say I went back to the Dover Sole. I realize this is a lot of buildup, but I don't think that I was able to convey this earlier. I went back to the Dover Sole assessment and saw that, and I actually had written this out, that you had mentioned using a REMA analysis, and I'm guessing this may be what you were getting at. Sorry, let me find my notes. The random effects model was used to fill in missing depth and area strata for biomass and apportionments. Totally makes sense how to deal with the old survey. What I'm wondering is when you did a post-stratification analysis and you didn't really have deep stations to sample for that analysis, I'm wondering how you did it. And it's the methodology of just how you dealt with missing that strata in the post-stratification analysis that I'm asking about.
Sure, thanks. Through the chair. So maybe the simplest way to answer this is that in terms of the depth bins and the depth strata between the old survey and the old survey design and the new survey design. So for example, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 1,000. Those are consistent across the two designs. So 700 to 1,000 strata in the old design. There are also only 700 to 1,000 strata in the new design. So there's no overlapping depth strata between those two. So if you had a year in the old design where there was a depth strata that was sampled from 700 to 1,000, then those survey samples would then also be put into a strata that was from 700 to 1,000 in the new design.
I'm still thinking, okay, that makes sense. I must have misunderstood. Somewhere I saw the new strata, and I thought that in the new design that some of those deep strata were combined into a larger deep strata in the new design. Is that the case, or was that just a misunderstanding on my part?
Well, yeah, I guess if I had my survey folks online, I'd phone a friend. And I also don't want them pounding up and down on the boat if they're watching this. But yeah, it is my understanding that when you have a depth strata that has been pre-specified, and they have been for, since 1984, the beginning of the survey, there were no new strata that crossed over those depth strata, is my understanding.
Okay, great. Let's see. And then my only other question was, more of a process question, and that is, so in October, I think it was following a recommendations from the joint groundfish plan team, the SSC made a recommendation of comparing longline and trawl survey along with the associated size and age comps for rockfish captured in both surveys to better understand what the declines were. And I'm just wondering, I know you're looking across species for this comparison, and I was just wondering if that's something that we might see in October in individual assessments, or not.
Yeah, not to over speak on it, but yes, that's what I would expect, is that a comparison between the longline survey and the trawl survey would be done within the individual assessments, because there's not that many species, like in terms of comparison with how many species indices are produced from the bottom trawl survey as compared to the longline survey that are used in the assessment. So like I think you're alluding to short raker and short spines. I don't off the top of my head remember, or thorny head, sorry, whether they're full or update or whatever this year. But I think that, yes, the analysis of comparing demographics, age, length, composition between the surveys to really get a grasp on the declines would be done in the individual assessments.
All right, thanks, Pete.
Next question from Brad.
Thanks, Ian. So Pete, I'm sorry to spring this on you with no warning, but it just strikes me as you've dug through this now for quite a while, you might have some insights here, anticipating that we're going to see survey redistributions and reductions into the future. If there was something that you could have had in hand that maybe would have been done before the change that might have helped you, do you have any guidance for us, things that we might put into our minutes that would be good for folks in the future to think about, some additional sampling perhaps before the change happens that might help inform this, or any other pieces of information that you found yourself reaching for that weren't there?
Through the chair, great question. If it were a perfect world, I think what happened this year is that we got hit by kind of a compounding wave effect. So we had the redesign, and then at the same time we had a reduction in survey effort. So it was really hard to kind of disentangle those, as I mentioned before. So I mean, if I were to go back, what I would have loved to have seen is that the survey effort remained the same from previous years, but then the redesign implemented, and then you'd really be able to kind of have this comparison of like, okay, the redesign did this. In terms of just variability and uncertainty, particularly like with rockfish, I think that, it seems to be pretty apparent that we can miss them in some years and then not in others. And we have a higher likelihood of missing them in years where we have less effort. However, I will make the note that this effort reduction was kind of, beyond an assessment scientist's desires, but was a real thing and may be a real thing going forward. So any support that we can get from you, from your side, or from anywhere else to support, like keeping effort the same or even increasing it, I think would be great.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thanks for walking us through that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation and questions. We'll now go to public testimony. I see that we have one sign up, and that would be Patty O'Donnell. Welcome, Patty. Or welcome back, I guess. Sticking with us.
I have to get my money's worth out of traveling. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the SSC. I got a I had a slide there and I hope it gets up on the screen. But I think you heard from me before, maybe with the council. I can't remember, but I'm concerned about the reduction in stations and the reduction we had in POP for the 2026 year. And the boats fishing right now, my boat's fishing, Kodiak boats are fishing. We're not seeing that reduction on the grounds. And I think this was just stated a few minutes ago, that were probably missed, and that's what we believe happened. On top of what happened with the Shelikoff survey this year, and it's on the slide if it can get projected there, they only got about half of the stations done in the Shelikoff due to adverse weather and heavy freezing spray and what have you. And along with that, there was changes in when the Pollock moved into the Shelikoff. They got done with the survey. I'm estimating around the 15th. The entire survey says the 21st, but they were anchored up on the mainland, avoiding icing for quite a while, and then they finished up the Marmot. We seen the Pollock move further up the Shelikoff, straight outside Cupriana, which is about 4 or 5 blue lines down. And we haven't seen that in many, many years. We used to fish there back in the 90s and 2000s, but haven't seen it since. The survey was moved earlier for the Oscar Dyson a few years back due to the Pollock spawning earlier. And this year now they're back to 2 weeks later. It is what we've seen. So the other thing we're seeing shifts in Pollock to the east, and we're seeing shifts in POP a little bit to the east. We're fishing off the shelf right now, northeast of Kodiak and to the east of Kodiak. And the traditional POP grounds that we fished, we've been fishing Pollock there for the last couple of years, and we've never seen Pollock. We've got a little bit of Pollock there, a couple of percent bycatch, but we now fish in the A season for Pollock there, and that's 2 or 3 years we've been doing that, where in the past we couldn't do it because there was too much POP there. So we're also seeing POP a little deeper, and not this year, but last year the bottom depth was about 160 fathoms. You can do the math to meters, but this year from 120 to 150 fathoms is where the vessels are targeting the POP. So, you dealt with it under the harvest control rules there for additional considerations and species moving into areas and then species moving out of survey areas. So that's kind of a concern for us in the reduction, and then for the reduction in stations due to hard bottom or whatever. And I think it was noted, there was a question asked by Mr. Harris there, what you could do, and it was, getting back to having more stations would sort of, I think it would be better for the whole survey here. But anyway, that's just my concerns. I think, I'm worried about where we're headed here and what the outcome will be of that. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Don't see any questions. Okay, that will bring us into our discussion of this item. And we'll start out with our first lead, which is Curry.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully you'll forgive me at the end of the day. I'm going to do a little bit of summary just because I think it's important, given that our survey data are one of the most important streams that come in informing our stock assessments. And in addition to that, this is somewhat precedent setting in the way we consider changes in survey design, giving upcoming changes in both design and gear in the Eastern Bering Sea. So it's important that we capture what we know, what we don't know, and maybe some recommendations we might have. So as was articulated at the beginning, this really came out of a question that arose regarding whether or not some of the changes that had been observed that seemed to be appearing at the guild level, differences in biomass trajectories, might have been a result of the change in survey design and effort allocation scheme that occurred in 2025. Just as a reminder that this whole survey redesign was predicated on a couple of different things. Number one, the old 59 strata design was inflexible to potentially unavoidable reductions in survey effort. It addressed this misalignment with NIPS statistical areas. And it had the potential to potentially improve the accuracy and precision of indices for several species. As we discussed and as Pete has pointed out several times, it's important to note that there were two pieces at play in 2025. One was the restratification, as well as the new effort allocation scheme. The other was an approximately 17% reduction in survey effort between 2023 and 2025. And as we saw, that was due to on-deck realities and consideration of well-being of the crew on board the survey vessel. This analysis that the SSC reviewed really kind of addressed 5 different questions. And the first is really, did the 2025 survey sample different habitats or different depths compared to previous surveys? The next is what is the correlation in index time series within species groups, and were the 2025 observations or changes between 2023 and 2025 consistent with these long-term patterns? The third question was, are past annual survey biomass estimates different if samples are collected or were post-stratified under the new design? How different would things have looked? Fourth, what is the impact of effort reduction on potential bias and precision of the biomass indices under the stratification scheme that was in place at the current time? And to a larger extent, really the core question is, were the observed changes between 2023 and 2025 consistent with what we've seen in the past or not? In terms of sampling consistency, I think there's a fairly clear case to be made that from the perspective of effort allocation across depths, although there were some slight differences in the shallowest strata and the 501 to 700 meter strata, overall the distribution of depth sample didn't differ from previous surveys. Same thing to some extent when thinking about the habitat sample, there was a slight reduction in the proportional allocation of samples within rocky habitats between 2023 and 2025. And when we look at 2023 and 2025 surveys in terms of the relative distribution of samples in rocky habitats, they sampled slightly less in rocky habitats compared to previous years. But overall, this was a very modest reduction. And this was to some extent substantiated by the number of torn nets that were observed in the current year, suggesting they were in the rocks. In terms of the comparing the correlation both within flatfish, gadded, and rockfish groups and the correlation across groups, basically when you look at the time series from 1996 to 2023 and the percent change in biomass indices between years, there were generally positive correlations within flatfish, gadded, and rockfish groups and negative correlations between flatfish and rockfish. In the context of the analysis as presented, the authors kind of show the correlation matrices from 1996 to 2023 and 1996 to 2025 and say, well, they kind of look the same, so perhaps we shouldn't be concerned. And on one hand, I think it's a useful exercise, although, in adding a single year's data point, we shouldn't expect the correlation structure to change, or at least the correlations would need to be very, very different for the overall correlation matrix to look different. So I'm not sure this is really represents a test of the null hypothesis of no change in correlation structure. But what it does tell us is that overall, within these species guilds, we tend to see more consistent percent changes year over year or relative to the long-term average. And so placing what we saw in 2025 in the proper context, it does seem that these divergent trends have been observed in the past. In terms of assessing the impact of the new survey design, we talked about this sort of post-stratification analysis. I think that's really helpful in understanding, should we have expected, had the data in previous years been collected under the new stratification and effort allocation scheme, would we expect different biomass estimates? And the answer is, for tier 3 as well as tier 4 and tier 5 species, seems to be no. I like the sort of one-to-one plot that's in the document. I also really like the Shiny app that Dr. Holson put together. I think it's a useful way to look through your species of interest and see that although there might be some modest differences in scale between the post-stratified estimates versus the previously observed estimates, the trends look more or less the same. In terms of thinking about bias in biomass estimates as a function of survey effort reduction, I think the team did a good job of using simulation analysis to basically resample from the existing observations and ask, what is the potential for bias and precision under the stratification scheme that was in place across species groups? And not unexpectedly, we see that, as survey effort reduces, we have greater uncertainty, or we should expect greater variability in any particular realization of our trawl survey, right? And that this varies across groups. Our rockfish are definitely more sensitive, right? Any species that's going to have a zero inflated sort of expectation for catch is going to be more sensitive to a reduction in survey effort. This also manifests, as we saw, in a potential for negative bias at very low survey effort levels, particularly for the rockfish species. You end up missing some of those large, very large hauls within the survey data if your survey data are zero inflated. In terms of looking at the year-over-year biomass changes, I think it was useful to compare that time series. As we said before, based on the correlation structure, we have seen before these divergent trajectories year over year between flatfish and rockfish. That's not unexpected. 2025, the percent change, at least between the 2023 survey and the 2025 survey, maybe slightly more of a divergence within these species groups than we'd seen in the past, but certainly not uncharacteristic given the history, at least in the Gulf of Alaska. So I think, in summary, we should thank the authors, of course, for their thoughtful consideration response to the concerns that were highlighted in the past, and really commend this team of folks that were brought together. I think it's really useful to get members of the group that are collecting the data on the survey end together with members of the stock assessment community that are using those data products to scratch their heads together and really ask these questions. So I think we can potentially highlight in our minutes the value in doing that moving forward, particularly as we shift our focus to the Bering Sea in the coming years. And overall, I think that the core question here, and addressing the core question, based on sort of the empirical analyses, this post-stratification analysis, and the simulations that were done, it really doesn't appear that there is either a theoretical or a practical basis to assume that the new design or the number of stations sampled in 2025 should have led to a predictable bias in indices that for these different species guilds. We should always look at any change in our survey design carefully, right? And I think that's exactly what they have done here. And in particular, when we think about the sort of theoretical basis for mean or median unbiased estimates coming out of a new design, that's great. There's also the reality of what we see on the ground. And so I think in this case, the lack of distinct differences in the habitats from a rockiness perspective or the depth sampled should give us additional confidence in and beyond what we see from the resampling or simulation analyses that really under the new design we're not indexing species differently or that we're unlikely to be indexing different components of stocks from maybe the youngest or the oldest. So with that, I think there's a few recommendations that we could add. Number one is that in the interest of sort of understanding the survey as it evolves under the new design and hopefully without additional reductions in survey effort, but whatever the future brings, I think we should encourage the survey team to continue reporting the number of stations sampled in different combinations of depth strata and rockiness grades like we saw in Figure 7, and include this in future presentations of the Groundfish Plan team during the annual survey update and to us at the SSC, as well as in the survey reports. It'll be important to continue to consider whether or not we see differences emerging in the future. I think we can also recommend that the survey team identify a broader range of static habitat metrics, the distribution of which could be compared across years. So again, with this idea of asking the question, under a new design, are we sampling different habitats? Do we have any reason for concern? Beyond rockiness and beyond depth, they might look at slope, so the change in depth, or bathymetric position index, kind of thinking about different attributes at the bottom that the description of which might be changing across time under a new sample design. I appreciate Pete's clarification in terms of thinking about the sort of survey effort reduction and clarifying that it was that sort of simulation analysis was done using the design that was in place in each year, sort of resampling conditional on that. I think in the future, we might encourage that potentially this could be even more informative if we ask that question in combination with the post-stratification approach to ask, okay, what is our expectation given the data we have in hand for how changes in survey effort impact these different species differently in terms of abundance indices under what will be the new stratification and effort allocation scheme into the future. I think we can also encourage consideration beyond just biomass indices, what this means from the perspective of compositional samples, right? This is the other key, really fundamental piece of information we get from our surveys. And this sort of resampling activity can be done in that context as well. Overall, I think it's important. This is a great first step in sort of trying to understand what a change in survey design in combination with a reduction in survey effort actually means. And we should bear this in mind as we move forward and are likely to see similar questions arise in the Bering Sea with a change in design and change in gear. And the SSC should be clear in sort of reiterating that any change in survey methodology, including both this Gulf of Alaska restratification and upcoming changes in the Bering Sea, when these occur, understanding potential impacts on survey data products will require consideration not only of the abundance or biomass indices, but the full range of compositional and other biological samples that are collected by those surveys. And acknowledging that the implications of these changes are likely to be species specific. That was very clear from this document, but it's something we should all keep in mind. What a change in survey design means for one species is unlikely to be the same for others. I'll turn it over to others for additional comments.
Thanks, Curry. Next, we have Sherry.
Thanks, Curry, for the really comprehensive summary of this. I agree and want to commend the authors of this analysis. I think that they did a really nice job thinking of different ways to look at this and for coming up with an analysis that was a thorough analysis for looking at this and for their thoughtful response to our concerns and our questions. I too appreciated the methods that they used, including this post-stratification approach. I agree with Curry that it was convincing that we wouldn't expect a survey effect for patterns in guilds or any new large unexpected pattern under a new survey design. It didn't show that, that we should have seen that. I do agree. Sometimes you see differences on the grounds, and I too look forward to some of the comparisons when you can actually include also the length and age samples. I do have to say that one piece that was unclear to me, obviously from my questions, is really how the post-stratification analysis was conducted with the deep strata, and this affects a very small minority of species, and it probably affects thorny heads, Dover sole, and for those single species, those wouldn't affect the gild effects, which is what we did this analysis for to begin with. And so despite some of the questions that I had, and those were actually really about how you handled the historical survey, they were not questions about how you handle the current survey. So despite any questions that I had on that, I agree with our confidence moving forward with the current design. And I would say also not only going forward with the current design, but also, you know, from the work that was done, it doesn't appear that nobody wants to reduce the number of stations that you do. But given realities, it doesn't cost and effort realities, it doesn't appear that those caused a specific bias. So I think that that's helpful. The other thing that we were asked to do is we were asked to give guidance to authors for how to treat this survey. And for that, I think that one of the real questions is, and again, this is only for, and this may only be for Dover sole. That's one that piqued my interest, and I went back and looked at. You know, past surveys were handled where if you missed sampling in a deep stratum, you went ahead and used a REMA approach to estimate what it would have been in that deep strata. Now, if my understanding is correct, there's actually a different larger stratum with more stations per stratum, but because the stratum was bigger, you actually have fewer deep stations being sampled. It's an unbiased design. But since they are randomly placed, they can land anywhere. And you actually may, even though you now have a nice consistent survey design that's unbiased and you are actually estimating it over the entire area consistently year to year, the actual stations that fall out in a particular year, you might actually lose some of those deep ones. And if, for something like Dover sole, you're no longer using a REMO approach because you don't need to, you now have a survey design, it actually on a year-to-year basis, you may have some difficulty or some more variation for that species under the new design. And so with that, I think that it would be worth just mentioning for authors, you know, coming up when we're coming up to the next operational assessment, just ask the author to specifically describe how the species, the survey time series compare and any impacts specifically on that assessment. I think that having that specifically thought about it and having it explicit for us, I think would be helpful. And you are always, when you're managing many species and you've got cost concerns, you're always going to have some issues. And this is just one where it's worth taking a look at. I think that those are all of my comments as well.
Thanks, Sherry. We'll go to Brad.
Thanks, Ian. So great summary. And I really appreciate you kind of putting on the record some of the key elements of this work. Great. I do feel like the authors of this really went the distance to explore it, and particularly grateful to Pete for his thoughtful review. And so I concur with everything that you just said, in particular, following up on what Sherry was pointing to. Going forward, I really think this should be addressed on a case-by-case basis for specific stocks, in particular stocks for which we have known challenges separating detection from depletion. And that would be, some of our choke species for rockfish and so forth that already are challenging to sample because of their affinity for rough textured terrain. And that even in the best circumstances, we don't cover much of the ground where those species live. And so I think the authors of those assessments are already pretty tuned into that. And so trusting them to kind of explore some of the diagnostic metrics that Sherry suggested there, I think would be good advice. And I don't think we need to be overly prescriptive. there, because I think what to look at really kind of depends on the species in the fishery. I do think we want to be on the record as saying the SSC has confidence in this survey data point. In particular, because of the work that's done around this, we have a good sense of how this is, likely to influence our perceptions going forward of the stocks, in particular, an eye towards those that are patchy or zero inflated. And so we don't see any reason to hold up, not use it, skip this year or anything like that, that going forward, we anticipate it working just fine in those assessments, so long as we have appropriate due diligence. I think we need to reaffirm this in terms of the other uses of this information, including apportionment, where we feel comfortable with the authors using this going forward with an eye towards the specific stock and any concerns that they may raise. We would like to see that brought forward to us. But going forward with the standard random effects or other smoothing approaches that we use for apportionment, that this is, we feel like it's appropriate for use going forward. And let's see. I also feel like, to the extent the authors of these assessments can think about ways that we might generate some of those static habitat metrics that would be useful beyond just this survey. If we're going to be gathering that information, I think it has potential benefits for essential fish habitat and even just the performance of the gear types we're using to do these assessments in general. And I also think we should just remind them, they do have some other indices that are available for some species that could be meaningful, like longline, and others that may be useful if they do see patterns or signals that are difficult to understand. And that is it.
Thanks, Brad. Sherry?
Yeah, I think the only clarification that I would make is, the SSC does have confidence in the data point within the normal, within the estimated survey variability that exists, so that we're not saying that each point is exactly right, obviously.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, I will summarize. We're going to thank the analysts for their work and presentation, noting the broad group of analysts that was assembled for this effort and their response to our previous questions. We'll note that we received public testimony. We will highlight the importance of survey data as the most important data stream in this process. And I won't recap. Curry did a nice job summarizing the history, the changes that occurred in 2025, and the analyses that were presented to us. We will support the broad conclusion that there were no important changes in the overall sampling consistency across depths or habitats. We will agree that we will note that comparing the correlations within and among groups was a useful exercise, but was unlikely to produce a strong test for change. But it was probably informative about patterns across species. We will note that the post-stratification analysis was helpful to separate the sample size questions from the design change questions, and that resampling was helpful to explore bias and precision across sample sizes, highlighting, and we will highlight the apparent bias at very low sampling effort. We will, in general, conclude that there is no theoretical or practical basis for concern over the design and sampling conducted in 2025, and therefore the data produced. We'll have a number of specific recommendations moving forward, including to encourage the survey team to continue to report the number of stations sampled across depths and habitats for future reports, as well as to identify a broader range of habitat metrics to compare across years, for example, slope, and that this could include information from beyond just the survey itself. We will recommend future evaluation of sampling intensity, include post-stratification approaches, and note that this can be done with composition data as well as index data. We see this as a good first step toward understanding what survey effort reduction might produce. And we'll note that for both the GOA and the Bering Sea, the implication of changes in surveys is likely to be species specific. We will request that future analyses describe how the survey time series compares under the new design, and that going forward, survey reductions should probably be addressed on a case-by-case basis with the specifics of that species. To sum it all up, we will conclude that the SSC has confidence in this set of survey results for both assessment and apportionment within the estimated variability inherent in the data, and we will rely on authors to flag specific issues that may come up in the future. Okay, that finishes that item. We have just a couple of announcements, or maybe only one. The first is just, Ally, could you give us a quick recap on our deadlines?
Yes, absolutely.
About now, right?
Yeah, I always get, yeah, it's pretty much now. No, yeah, so we were hoping to have the crab sections in the Google document and slides by close of business today. There's still a couple sections that are outstanding, and so if we could just make sure we get those in tonight, that would be great. All other sections, and I know this is going to be tough for our late afternoon agenda items, we're supposed to be due at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please let me know if you are having trouble meeting that deadline, and we will work something out. We are just trying to facilitate as much full review, full SSC review time tomorrow as possible because most folks are traveling. So yes, please don't forget about slides. All the templates are in there, and let me know if anyone has any problems or questions.
Great, thanks, Ally. And before we close, I just want to thank the staff for support during this meeting and everyone for sticking it out all week. So we'll see you in October. Meeting is closed.
Oh, okay. Yes.